Welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by all community guidelines. Welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by all community guidelines. Welcome to Tuesday, May 26th at 1:05 p.m. Welcome to Tuesday, May 26th, 1:05 p.m. You are watching the Perfect Timing Podcast. Back at it like a crack addict, automatic like a fomatic, built for tragedy, made for static. It's your boy, Perfect Timing Podcast, back with the blast, in and out with a dash. 2026 won't last. Let's get this done. Let's have some fun and blast. Everybody come on in right now. Number one podcast on YouTube, number one podcast for geopolitical and domestic debate. Woo, we sounded so good in the headphones. So excited to be here this morning. We got a fire show today. Trump strikes Iran. We have a third D.C. shootout exposing massive system decline. I count how many attempts on the president's life so far. How many attempts does it take? I count six. How many do you guys have? Put it in the chat right now. I count six. The 6 major armed breaches and assassination attempts on the president. That's going to be our lead story. We're going to get into the Iran update, but I'm leading off with intensity. I want to talk to you about 6 attempts on President Donald Trump's life. My president, your president, the leader of the free world, the leader of the United States of America. I'm fired up and charged up today because we have another attempt on Donald Trump's life. I'm going to give you the details now. Let's go, everybody, as we come in. Welcome. Hit the like, share, and let me get a goal right now. Let's start the goal. We're going to celebrate. That's the goal. The goal is a celebration. And why are we happy, man? We're going to thank God, man. We're so happy that our president is still nothing happened to our president. Our president is safe. We got the number one president. Our president is safe. I'm very happy to announce that. Double tap, hit the like button. As you come in, like, share, and subscribe. Our president is safe, and it does matter that we say, that we are truly blessed this morning on Tuesday morning. Happy Memorial Day, everybody. We're getting into the summertime. How's everybody doing with the summertime? We're gonna have a good talk today. We're talking about the. Before we get into it, I want to put something in the. I want to put a poll in the chat. But we're gonna get into these 6 attempts, and I'm gonna do my call open. Let me get this going right here. Everybody come on in, man. We're talking about the Trump strikes Iran, and we're talking about the number 6 attempt and the shootout. Somebody got shot. Now, y'all remember when Trump, with the famous fight. If you guys remember the famous fight, someone actually was unalive that day. We don't really talk about it that much, but Trump was shot in the ear. We had a female who was the head of the Secret Service. Now we got Patel and some other people, but we had a female who was the head of the Secret Service. But and a lot of people don't know that we had temps that day guarding the president, but somebody that day was unalive. I don't know how many of you know that, but somebody that day was unalive. Is actually really unfortunate. But now we have another shootout, and an innocent bystander, and at the White House, an innocent bystander had been hurt, and it's actually a shame. Come on in, everybody. We having a talk this morning. It's Mega MAGA Tuesday. Trump news. Giving Democrats the boo blues. Mega MAGA Tuesday. Watching Taco Tuesday. Man, we celebrating today. Trump keep winning. We keep winning. And I got a really good deep dive. I got a deep dive on all of the assassination attempts. Then we're going to do a deep dive into Iran, because Iran been all over the map. You know what I'm saying? Iran been up and down everywhere. So I feel like I need to bring my audience up to speed on Iran, what's really going on, because we've heard about peace agreements. We've heard about this. We've heard about that. Where are we at today? Where do we stand? It's important today because we actually have the ceasefire broken. And we moving forward. I'm very proud of Trump. I'm so proud of Trump for so many reasons, on the economy, on the geopolitical scale. And honestly, man, I was hearing a lot of the. I just been saying steadfast to MAGA, man. Can we say stay steadfast, MAGA lives? I don't understand what people say. After 35 wins, Massey. Now before Massey lost. Now think about this. Before Massey lost, it was 35. It was 37. It was 37, right? I said 35. My bad, y'all. I said 35. It was 37. 37 wins, right? 37 wins. 100% of Trump's endorsements, then Massey. Then Massey. So why would you think that Trump would succumb to pressure, right? Why would you think that Trump would succumb to pressure about whether or not we should keep going in Iran, right? I heard a lot in this past week that Trump might succumb and that Trump is being misled and all this different stuff. I say boo-hoo. I say boo-hoo. I say it's all liberal democratic mumbo jumbo jargon, and I say boo-hoo. We live right now. I'm putting up a post right now. We live right now. All my members and moderators in the chat, share it right now. Put a post up on your YouTube page. Let everybody know we live right now. We got to have this conversation, man, because I think that I saw this TV show this weekend. It was the three-body problem. I was watching the three-body problem with my wife, and it talked about communist China and when the communists came to power in China, and it talked about how, and I was saying to my wife about this one-party rule, and I see it a lot with the Democrats and the liberals. Like if you wear a red hat over the weekend, there's a Trump house. There's a Trump house in Sacramento. I guess there's another Trump house. The man who owns the Trump house was unalive. I can't believe it. He was attacked by his neighbor. The man who owned the Trump house was unalive and attacked by his neighbor. Did you guys know about this? So much has been happening. I said, this is last night when I said to my wife, as we watched the three-body problem, I said that this looks a lot like what's happening, right, in America with the Democrats and how they treat anyone in the Democrat socialists, which is very close to what happened in China with the Communist Party. So you got these Democrat socialists and Democratic communists in America, and what they do is they act out violently like I saw in the picture. And I said, they don't understand that what they're leading us to is against freedom. And then in the TV show, you see this little girl talking about how she's lost her freedom. It reminds me a lot about New York, when you vote for a Democratic socialist and you end up losing your freedoms. I'm not surprised, right? I'm not surprised. But, you know, we're going to keep doing the work. We're going to keep doing the work here. We're going to keep doing the work here. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. We're going to keep doing the work here, and y'all keep following and supporting. And that's what we got to do. We got to get the message out. We got to keep doing the work, and that's what our job is, man. Stay prayed up, keep doing the work, getting out the information. And I'm just getting the poll in the chat right now. I'm just getting the poll in the chat right now. And then I'm going to give you my intro and the breakdown. And I see YouTube is moving slow, so we don't got to rush. You know, I come in here with so much hot fire. I come in here with hot fire, lava, you know what I'm saying? And sometimes I got to slow myself down, man. Sometimes I got to slow myself down because I'll just be coming with too much hot fire all at once. So let's see. I don't think that's going to work out. Let's ask this question. Let's ask it like this. Will Trump live his whole term? That's the good question. That's the question. All right. That's the question in the poll right now. I feel good about that. Let's get into the our intro. And I got a lot of good information to share with you guys, man. A lot of good information to share with you guys. You know, I do my research. I take the shit personal. Let me get to the intro so we can get to the other things we got to present. And I know we look like we got StreamYard doing the StreamYard thing. Okay, but it's all good though. It's all good. Everybody come in, get the likes up. Mega MAGA Tuesday, Trump news. We talking about Trump, Iran strikes, and a brand new assassination attempt leading to a shootout. Over the weekend at the White House. So we're going to talk about the assassination attempts on the Trump. We're going to talk about the Iran strikes. We're going to talk about Spencer Pratt and LA out outdoing the Democrats. I mean, it's not even worth even talking about. We just outdoing the Democrats, man. Just out double doing the Democrats, man. Out double doing it. First in the chat, get shouted out. First in the chat, get shouted out. Who is that? Ida Wonk. What's up with your old president things? That's right, man. Trump news, Trump news, Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo blues. We got our poll up. We got our goal up. Let's get into it, man, right now. Right now, if you think the chaos that you're seeing in the news is random, you are behind, you are being lied to. You are behind the starting goal and you are being lied to. They want you confused. They want you distracted. But tonight, we are pulling back the curtain on global chess match. The mainstream media is completely blind to. We are tackling a double crisis, a massive system collapse right here at home and a secret war exploding overseas that changes everything. First, we look at our own capital. Over the weekend, nearly 30 gun shops erupted outside a White House security booth. 30 rounds in the heart of Washington, D.C. This isn't an isolated incident. This is the third catastrophic security breach in less than a month, coming right at the heels of the chaos of the Correspondence Day dinner. While the administration is trying to protect and project absolute dominance, the rest of the world, our own domestic security infrastructure is literally fracturing at the seams. It is a total institutional breakdown, and the corporate networks are dead silent about it. Double tap, hit the like button. Over the weekend, 30 gun shops erupted outside of the White House security booth, 30 rounds in the heart of Washington, D.C. This is what we're reporting on today. This is what we're starting with. President Trump, another assassination attempt. I got a deep dive. I count 6. How many do you count? I count 6 attempts on the president's life over and like I just said in my report, I think it was over 3 in 30 days. Like, the uptick of the violence is getting out of hand. The uptick of the violence is absolutely getting out of hand. Let me read this again. Over 30 shots. It was a shootout. It turned out to be a shootout. And this was, well, let me read the facts. This is not an isolated event. This is the third catastrophic security breach in less than a month. Third assassination attempt on President Trump. Vote in the poll, hit the like button, hit the share button, hit the like button, hit the share button, man. It's a mega Tuesday, man. We having a hell of a day right now. It's a mega Tuesday, and we having a hell of a day right now. President Trump lives. President Trump lives. President Trump lives. Trump news, giving Democrats the, and they mad today, man. Y'all see all the jokes last week about hit the like button, man. Hit the thumbs up. Leave me a vote in the poll. Will Trump make it through the entire term? Let's keep this in mind. Let's do contextual arguments this morning, man, because we're talking about the fact that Trump has only been president, 14, 15 months? What is it, 14, 15 months? Put it in the chat. Trump has a 4-year term. Trump is a second-year president. Trump has redefined what it means to be a lame duck. Most of you know what a lame duck, or you don't know what a lame duck. Let's break down what a lame duck. A lame duck is a president in his second term with the inability to get anything done. Typically, you never see a president in the second term getting something passed like the big, beautiful bill, getting something instituted like tariffs, doing anything that Donald Trump has accomplished in his second term. You typically don't see it. So a lame duck. So what is a lame duck? A lame duck is Barack Obama. Barack Obama was stalled in his second term. Barack Obama couldn't get anything done in his second term. Even though, what was it? Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell stalled Barack Obama. The Democrats couldn't get anybody onto the Supreme Court during their second term. It was absolutely a lame duck. Perfect example of what a lame duck is. Bill Clinton, another lame duck. Bill Clinton committed adultery in the White House and was going through impeachment. He was unable to get any legislation passed in his second term. So when we talk about lame duck, it's a second term president like Clinton, like Obama, who was unable to get anything done in his second term. Not like Trump. Unlike Trump, who was able to pass the big, beautiful bill, some of the largest legislation that some of you voters have seen in your entire lifetime, right? Drastic changes to EBT, drastic changes. Well, the Trump taxes, like I love to talk and educate people. I saw some great debates this morning. I saw some great discussions between some YouTubers about politics. One of the things I'll add to the debate, because there were some great discussions. One of the things I love about the big, beautiful bill that gets left out when you debate liberals and Democrats and purple hair protesters is about these Trump taxes. They like to talk about Project 2025. But you know what they leave out about the Trump taxes that were made permanent in the big, beautiful bill? It's the prowess of the Republicans and the lack of political ability on the Democratic side. What do I mean? Why do you say this? Why is this important? Well, the Trump taxes came out in Trump's first administration. What's left out a lot about the big, beautiful bill and these permanent tax cuts is that Joe Biden was elected in between these two terms. We had one Trump presidency, and then we had the Democrats, and then we had Fulton County, 600,000 votes, and then we had a toilet bust, and then we wake up in the morning and Biden won the election. I don't know what happened, but Biden won, and Biden was in office for 4 years, opened up the border. But in between the two Trump presidencies, there were some consistencies, right? There were consistencies on Iran, there were consistencies on Venezuela, and there were actually consistencies on taxes. And this is the thing I love talking about in 2026. The fact that the Trump tax cuts from his first term were continued by Biden. And you know what was not continued by Biden? The Obama subsidies that you don't hear about anymore. The Democrats shut down the government over health care. You still hear about Trump RX. But Joe Biden extended the Trump tax cuts during his term, but he did not make the Obama subsidies permanent. I don't know why. I'm just telling you the honest truth, and I love talking about this in 2026, the election year, and reminding voters of some things that they may forget about, because the Democrats say, Project 2025, the big, beautiful bill. Well, the truth is, the big, beautiful bill are tax cuts from the Trump first administration that Biden continued. Did anybody know that? Biden could have stopped it. Biden could have said no to the Trump tax cuts. He didn't. Biden could have went back to the JPCOA and made a deal with Iran. He didn't. You know what else what Biden did that was consistent? He kept the sanctions on Iran that was put on Iran by Trump. How many people knew that? He kept the sanctions on Venezuela that Trump put on Venezuela. Trump put a bounty on Maduro's head. Biden upped the bounty on Maduro. These are consistencies across. Consistency. This is why Trump is not a lame duck, and this is what should tell you a lot about your Democratic Party. So there were consistencies across the board, all the way across the board. The big, beautiful bill is a result of Biden's lack of leadership, if you look at from a Democratic liberal perspective. This is the lack of political prowess, or one could say that the Democrats and the Republicans are on the same side. I don't know if I agree with that. I would rather say that Biden was a bad president, right? That Biden had obligations to his Democratic platform and the Democratic Party, and he let you guys down. I believe Biden was a bad president and he failed at your obligations. This is why you have so much heresy and heretics out here in the streets with their purple hairs and they're protesting. They don't understand that Biden could have stopped the Trump. We'd never have the big, beautiful bill. Do you guys understand? We would never have the big, beautiful bill passed in 7 months. Donald Trump passed the big, beautiful bill on the 4th of July, 7 months after being elected. Donald Trump has only been elected 14 months. Answer the question in the chat. Will Donald Trump live the whole 4 years? 4 years is 36 months. He's only been in office 14 months, right? No, it's not. It's 24 plus 20. It's 48 months. So we got a lot of time left in this Trump presidency. We had 3 assassination attempts in the last 30 days. We got a lot of time left, right? We don't have the big, beautiful bill exists because of a Biden failure. Our victories in Venezuela is because of a Biden failure. Biden failed the Democrats, but it's a win for the Republicans and America, because now America gets the tax cuts made permanent. You lose Obamacare. Can we say the Democrats didn't like Obamacare either? The Democrats never bring up Obamacare, Affordable Care Act. I haven't heard it once in the news cycle in 2026. The Obamacare is dead. It died December 31st, 2025, and Hakeem Jeffries, AOC, I never hear them talk about Obamacare. The Affordable Care Act is not in the news cycle, and the Democrats killed it. Do you understand how the Democrats killed it? Biden killed it during his administration when Biden allowed the Trump tax cuts to float through the 4 years, and he did not make the Obama subsidies permanent. But when Trump comes and gets reelected, what is the first thing Trump does? Trump makes the Trump tax cuts permanent. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Trump makes, somebody said hi. Hi, everybody. Double tap at the like button, everybody. Double tap at the like button. Trump makes the tax cuts permanent. Why not? Why not? Why complain? I just want to add that because I heard a great conversation. I think it was on Trader Truth. Angry Man was there. It was a lot of intelligent men, you know, having a great conversation. The big, beautiful bill came up. And, you know, this is my expertise. I wanted to join the panel, but I had to prepare for my show. I just want to say to the gentleman, you had a great conversation. The Roger Report had a great conversation this morning. And I just want to say to the gentleman, I'm very proud and excited about in the election year that voters and men on YouTube are not talking about BET awards or anything like that. They're focused on politics and being politically advantageous. I'm very proud of the men on YouTube. I'm very proud of the direction of the Republican Party and MAGA, America First. I mean, so I just wanted to add that context because there was a liberal in the debate, and the liberals don't never argue from a honest vantage point. They were just trying to throw a monkey wrench in the conversation because some men were making some very good arguments, and some men may learn from these arguments. So the liberal likes to throw a monkey wrench into things. So I wanted to just throw back out to the liberal who was on the panel, who may not understand these contextual bits and pieces of the big, beautiful bill because they were woofing about the big, beautiful bill. I just want to remind you, next time you're on a panel with someone who is not abreast of the issues like me, I just want to remind those men, when they bring up the big, beautiful bill, remind them that the big, beautiful bill exists because your President Biden kept the Trump era tax cuts from the first Trump administration alive. So don't get on the panel and try to debate me on the big, beautiful bill if you don't understand the framework behind the big, beautiful bill, and that your president, your Democratic leader, kept the Trump era tax cuts. And then watch their whole argument fall apart. Same thing on Venezuela. Don't talk to me about Venezuela if you don't understand that Biden kept the sanctions on Venezuela and upped the bounty, doubled the bounty on Maduro's head. Doubled the bounty. Trump put $5 million on Maduro. Biden put $10 million. Don't talk to me about Iran and the difference between Biden and Iran and say we would not be in a conflict with Iran when Biden kept the Trump era sanctions on Iran. Double tap at the like button. Biden kept the Trump era sanctions on Iran. He had an opportunity to get back in the JPCOA created by Obama. He said no, he opted out of it. These things are left contextually out of most debates because most people are on the surface level of this conversation. You got to come to the Perfect Timing Podcast. You got to come to the Perfect Timing Podcast. Dub, who was that? Dub Sack 420 said hi. What's up to you, man? Everybody coming in saying salute. Salute to everybody coming in saying hi. As you come in and say what's up, double tap, hit the like button, like, share, and subscribe, man. You're watching the Perfect Timing Podcast, #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical debate, man. I'm so excited to be here, man. I was off on Monday. You could tell I took a day off yesterday, so you could tell I was ready to get back on the microphone, man. You could tell I was ready to get back on the microphone. You could tell I was ready to get back. So everybody, make sure you vote. Everybody, make sure you vote. Make sure you like. Make sure you share. Double tap at the like button. Make sure you vote. Make sure you like, so you share. It's so important. Hey, I've seen the numbers on the Roger Report. I see the numbers. And I this is what happens on YouTube. But we're excited, man. We're excited. We're fired up, man. Perfect Timing Podcast. We're excited. We're fired up. We're ready to go, man. It's 2026, man. It's an election year, man. It's so much going on right now. I'm not going to let this time pass me by, man. I'm not going to let this time and this opportunity pass us by, MAGA. It's MAGA all day, every day. What did Hakeem Jeffrey say? Hakeem Jeffrey said, it's all war. No, it's all MAGA all day, every day. Double tap, hit the like button. Let them know. Let Hakeem Jeffries know. You know how you let them know? Hit the like button, hit the share button, share it on Facebook, share it on YouTube. share it on X, share it on your favorite social media platform right now. Share this podcast. Let everybody know the debate is happening now here on the Perfect Timing Podcast on YouTube. We are discussing the shootout over the weekend in Washington, D.C., 30 shots exchanged and an innocent bystander shot. I don't even know if you heard about it. We're going to get into it, and I'm going to break down all 6 attempts on the president's life. I got a table I created. You know I like creating graphs. Let's go.
Has died, according to the Secret Service. I'm just going to read this statement. They say shortly after 6 p.m. Saturday, an individual approached a Secret Service checkpoint in the area of 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. A preliminary investigation indicates the individual approached. He removed a weapon from his bag and began firing at posted officers. Secret Service officers returned fire, striking the suspect, who was transported to an area hospital where he later died. They also confirmed that a bystander was struck by gunfire. They say it remains unclear whether that bystander was struck by the suspect's initial gunfire or during the subsequent exchange. No injuries were sustained by Secret Service. The president was at the White House and was not impacted. Again, this is coming from the White House press office and from the U.S. Secret Service spokesperson. Suspect has died, according to the Secret Service. I'm just going to read this.
So the suspect has died. We're going to get you some more detail. Coming to you live from D.C. Coming to you live from D.C. This is during the actual, this is footage for when it actually took place. Live footage. Breaking news, live footage. Shootout, 30 shots exchanged. Somebody has lost their life unalived at an attempt at the president's life over the weekend. This is number 6. Live footage over the weekend. Gunman aims and fires at the White House. The president was in the White House. I repeat, the president was in the White House. Fire was exchanged with the Secret Service, and the young man is now unalive. This is footage. This is live right now. This is live, coming to you live from D.C. Perfect Timing Podcast, back with the blast, coming to you live from D.C. Let me edit this. I want to say this. Let's do that right there. Let's do that. Coming to you live from D.C. How many people know about this? This is number 6. This is number 6 attempt on the president's life, and this is live footage during the actual shooting. So I think this is a reporter. Let's slow it down. Let's see how many shots you can count. I think this is a reporter, and they just doing their everyday thing, and this happens to happen. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many were you able to count? Let's speed it back up. Over the weekend, gunman aims and takes fire at the White House while the president was at the White House. It turned into a shootout and a gun battle where somebody was unalived, including the gunman. Double tap hit the like button as we get into details. Relax and talk sports. Now. That's ABC hitting the dirt. You see different images here. We coming to you live from D.C. I'm coming to you live from D.C. 21-year-old suspect was unalived at the Secret Service, took him down. One bystander was also struck. Still unclear if it was the shooter. Double tap, hit the like button. I'm coming to you live with more details. Coming to you live with more details. A male suspect reportedly fired at least 3 shots on the outer perimeter before Secret Service took the suspect down. Trump is safe, and the alleged gunman never breached the White House perimeter. This is Perfect Timing Podcast coming to you live.
We're told that this was on the west side of the White House grounds. Again, you have the White House, and you also have the outer perimeter there, Gate 17, as it was described to me, near the Eisenhower Executive Office building. Somebody came up and brandished some sort of a pistol. I'm told that it was a pistol, in fact, not a long gun or a rifle or anything like that. And the alleged gunman got off at least 3 shots. And the United States Secret Service, who obviously prowl that area, you know, some things might not be obvious to people walking by, but certainly to the people, you know, guarding the perimeter. They responded to this. They're trained to respond to that gunfire. And I'm told, and this was the quote that was given to me, that they took the suspect down. Quote, they took him down. So this is a male suspect. I'm also told that somewhere in this process that a civilian was struck. We don't know how many shots that the Secret Service or other law enforcement might have gotten off. Again, they'll have to go through the ballistics evidence of this, and we don't know the condition of the gunman or the suspect. But the important thing here is that the President of the United States is safe and that the alleged gunman never got inside the White House perimeter.
That the President of the United States is safe and the alleged gunman never got inside the White House perimeter. Y'all watching the Perfect Timing Podcast, double tap hit the like button as you come in. Like, share, subscribe. If you're so inclined, if you are a MAGA, America First Trump supporter, hit the like button, hit the subscribe, hit the super chat, hit the donate button. I have a poll. I want everybody to vote. I don't matter how you vote. The question is, will Trump live his whole term? Right now, we have 83 votes, and 23% of the people are saying no, Trump won't make it throughout his entire term. Double tap hit the like button. Those of you who don't think Trump will make it, I want to hear from you in the chat. I want to hear your opinion in the chat. Double tap hit the like button right now. Again, I'm talking to you, coming to you live. Washington, D.C., Donald Trump assassination attempt number 6.
We're told
Donald Trump assassination attempt number 6. Here's the shooter. Here's a picture of the shooter being released right now by the White House. This is the shooter who took shots. I'm hearing that there might be some mental health going on with the shooter. I'm going to do some deep dive and report. Double tap hit the like button, you guys. Live from the Perfect Timing Podcast, DC Shootout Live. This person shot at the White House. So this is the shooter. They released the picture pretty quick. You know how that go. Sometimes the pictures come out quickly. Sometimes they don't come out. Sometimes they rhyme slow. Sometimes they rhyme quick. Double tap hit the like button, everybody. You're watching the Perfect Timing Podcast. I am reporting to you over the weekend. Gunman takes fire at the White House, turns into a shootout. Gunman is unalive. Innocent bystander shot. This is number 6. This is number 6 attempt on the president's life and number 3 in the past 30 days. We got to have a talk about this.
Memorial Day since 2022. President Trump promises the prices will go down, but his grip on Republican support on Capitol Hill is weakening.
I think everybody needs to refocus. So this is a news report. This is a live. We're live from the D.C. shootout, live in Washington, D.C. President Trump, number 6 attempt on his life. And this is a news report where a reporter was attempting to do a negative, scathing review of our president, my president, MAGA first, America first. Donald Trump is the greatest president to ever live. Double tap at the like button. So he's trying to make fun of President Trump. And instead of focusing on the actual issues in America, because there's been 3 attempts on his life in 30 days, days. You think the media would focus on this story and get the American people talking about being more unified. I always say unity in the chat, love in the chat, peace in the chat. We need a dual system. We need both Democrats and Republicans. This is coming to you from a Republican, a conservative. I understand what socialism leads to. It leads to one party rule. When you see Democrats being violent, foaming at the mouth, not listening to Republicans, this is not democracy. It is not the design of the framers. This is how we get here to this violent behavior. 3 attempts in the last 30 days, 6 attempts in total. He's only been in office 14 months, and we got 48 months. 12 months a year, 4 years, 2 years, that's 24, 24 plus 24, 48 months. He's only been president for 14 months. The question is, will he make it the entire 48 months? Let's look at this live footage of when the shooting took place.
Memorial Day since 2022. President Trump promises the prices will go down, but his grip on Republican support on Capitol Hill is weakening.
There's shots fired. We have to get down. Shots. There are shots fired. We're going down. Yeah, we might do that. We might do that. Go down. Go down. Okay. I'm here. There are shots fired.
This is the White House lawn. This is live footage from the White House lawn during the shooting. Live footage from the White House lawn. The Secret Service are evacuating the press. This is the Secret Service clearing the ground. This is a D.C. shootout over the weekend. Shooter takes aim at the White House. Trump was at the White House. Get the likes up, everybody. Not enough likes. Get the likes up, everybody. You're watching the Perfect Timing Podcast. I want to say thank you to everybody watching, and thank you to all the comments and all the votes in the chat. Everybody get the likes up, get the votes up. Over the weekend, unfortunately, there was another attempt on Donald Trump. And I want to go over, we're going to show the video again. Let's go over how many attempts so far. How many attempts so far? This is what I do for you guys. I don't know how many content creators love their chat room and love their people, but I love my people. This is a deep dive. 6 major armed breaches and assassination attempts on the president. January 13, 2024, Butler, PA rally. So 6 attempts all in the second term from the campaign up until now. Only been about 14, 15 months. July 13th, 2024, only in these 2-year time span, Thomas Matthew Crooks was the predator and suspect. What happened? The near miss, Crooks scaled an open roof and fired 8 rounds at the stage. A bullet pierced Trump's upper right ear. 1 rally attendee was unalive. Remember, I tell you that Crook was neutralized by counter snipers. The AR-15 style rifle, severe perimeter radio failure. The roof was completely left unguarded by local law enforcement, security breakdown, and the weapon. That's attempt number 1. That brings us to September 15th, 2024, attempt number 2. West Palm Beach, Florida, Ryan Wesley Roof, the golf course nest. He was recently found guilty and given life in prison. The golf course nest. Ruth set up a sniper nest in the shrubbery along the perimeter fence hours before Trump arrived to go golf. An agent spotted his rifle barrel and opened fire. Ruth fled but was captured later and sentenced to life in prison. He used the SKS-style rifle with scope. Ruth had tracked Trump's announced schedule, exposing a massive intelligence leak. Now we go on. That's attempt number 2. Let's go to attempt number 3. February 22, 2026, Mar-a-Lago, Florida, Austin Tucker Martin. A state breach. A 21-year-old armed suspect attempted to breach the main grounds of Mar-a-Lago carrying weapons and fuel. Secret Service perimeter guards intercepted the suspect and fatally shot him. Trump was in D.C. at the time. Shotgun and gas canister. The outer vehicle checkpoint failed to deter suspect before kinetic force was required. And this is within, I believe, the same week or so. February 22nd, and then people forget about right before the White House Correspondents' Dinner, you had this February 22nd, and then right after that, you have the White House Correspondents' Dinner with Cole Thomas Allen on April 25th. Correspondents' Dinner with Cole Thomas Allen heavily stormed the security checkpoint outside of the annual dinner event. He pointed a weapon at law enforcement and ran past the perimeter, triggering the immediate evacuation of Trump, Melania, J.D. Vance, and we all saw J.D. Vance got evacuated first. The suspect was apprehended after the Secret Service officer was shot in the vest. Cole had handguns, knives, and this was a catastrophic inter-perimeter breach at a high-security closed-door event. Now, today, I am talking to you about event number 6. Today, over the weekend, we had event number 6, where another gunman attempted
Memorial Day since 2020.
Another gunman attempted to take out Donald Trump over the weekend. Double tap, hit the like button. So all 6 attempts now. We're talking about 6 attempts on the president's life, and that's just going back to 2024. And 3 of the attempts happened in the last 30 days. I don't want to get into a partisan argument. I believe the office of the president is sacred and should be protected no matter who is in office. I am an American. I love America. I don't believe just because the president is not from the party of which I am registered, does that mean he deserves to have 6 attempts? No, because it's more than just an attempt on the president's life. It is an attempt on the office. Hello, double tap it. Let's get the likes up, everybody. Live from DC. This is the suspect on the screen. That's not me. That's not me. That's not me. That's the suspect on the screen.
What we're worried about is the person who's a sociopath who is very good with guns and can plan things very well.
So it sounds like what you're telling me, Steve, is that as investigators look into potential suspects and people that may do harm, that there's some sort of threshold that they're measuring against about that individual's ability to actually act upon those threats?
Yeah, there really is. That's part of the threat matrix. If you have somebody who is say institutionalized and says every day, I'm going to go get a gun and kill the president. What we're worried about is the person who's a sociopath who is very good with guns and can plan things very well.
So it sounds like what you're telling me, Steve, is that as investigators look into potential suspects and people that may do harm, that there's some sort of threshold that they're measuring against about that individual's ability to actually act upon those threats?
Yeah, there really is. That's part of the threat matrix. If you have somebody who is say institutionalized and says every day, I'm going to go get a gun and kill the president. What we're worried about is the person who's a
Double tap at the like button. Coming to you live from DC. Coming to you live from DC. And we talking about President Trump, and there was a shootout over the weekend in D.C. There was a shootout over the weekend in D.C., and this is the suspect on the screen right now. You got the suspect on the screen, 30 shots exchanged. There was an exchange of shots between the suspect and the Secret Service. Let's get some more details. I don't know how much you know about it. Let's get some more details.
Hospital and okay, guys, May 24th, 2026, breaking news. I did some coverage live yesterday with the White House shooting. Nazari Best, a guy who had previous run-ins with the Secret Service there in Washington, D.C. at the White House, approached one of the guard stations and, shot several times from a handgun that he removed from a bag, and was similarly, fatally wounded, brought to a local hospital and died. The real details on this are he's an African-American man, 21 years old, and, apparently had some, trouble issues, again, previous run-ins, a stay away order from a judge, is sort of the background test. Now, this is the third incident with gunfire with our president, Donald J. Trump, in the last month, in the last 30 days. Obviously, the other dovetailing with this is, in terms of breaking news, international news, there are some bombings from Russia to Kiev, but more importantly, the Iran negotiations are going on live right now with our president in the White House, and trying to get the Strait of Hormuz opened and basically negotiate a ceasefire between Iran.
So let's get some more details on the shooting. We're gonna get into all of that. Thank you, brother, for sharing that information. That brother right there has some good information. Let's get some more details into the White House shooting after yesterday's shocking assassination attempt by let's I don't know, people. I don't even hear no volume on here. That probably is good because that sounds like some old propaganda. Let's get so this is the response near the White House after the shooting. This is the response near the White House after the shooting. Again, over the weekend, 30 shots fired. Somebody was unalived. The shooter was unalived. An innocent bystander was shot. Double tap, get the likes up, everybody. Double tap. Hey, remember to vote in the poll. Hit the like, share, and subscribe. You're watching the Perfect Timing Podcast. We're watching the Secret Service response over the weekend, coming to you live. I'm coming to you live from D.C. over the weekend. There was another attempt on the president's life coming to you live over the weekend. Let's get into the details. So I read to you some details of the first 5 attempts. Let's get into this detail. May 4th, National Mall. So after the White House Correspondents' Dinner with Cole Thomas Allen, that might be the last attempt that you guys heard about. There is actually another attempt on the president's life before this one. On May 4th, may the 4th be with you. National Mall, name withheld by feds, the Monument Shootout. Secret Service agents engaged in a direct active daylight shootout with an armed man near Washington Monument, just blocks from the White House. The suspect was wounded and captured, and a bystander was grazed. Firearm talk unconfirmed, marks an aggressive escalation of open public armed confrontations in a highly monitored federal zone. Name of that shooter has been withheld by the feds. Today, May 23rd, 2026, White House, D.C., name pending arraignment, the checkpoint attack. Over the weekend, a man approached a White House security checkpoint, pulled a pistol from a handbag, and opened fire, unleashing nearly 30 gunshots. Secret Service guards returned fire, unaliving the suspect and locking down the complex. The suspect used a semi-automatic handgun. This marks the third direct shooting incident near Trump in the Capitol in the last 30 days, solidifying the system collapse narrative. So this is what we're talking about today. Is there a system collapse? Will Trump live through the entire term? This is Trump's second term. It's been 14 months. This is a relevant question that we got to talk about today. This is Trump's second term. It's been 14 months. Do Trump make it? He got 48 months, so that's over half of the time. That's like 30 some odd months left of this Trump presidency. Relax and Talk Sports says This year's live, these YNs live off emotions. Is foreign to them. Exactly. Relax Talk Sports says so. Lixo Aqua, the other people watching, what, oh, I didn't see the question. Relax Talk Sports is regulating in the chat. With the wrench of destruction. Double tap hit the like button, man. Y'all better show some respect, love, and unity in the chat. I get wiped out by the wrench of destruction. Double tap, hit the like button. We coming to you live from DC. Over the weekend, number six attempt on Donald Trump's life, and number 3 in the last 30 days. Number 6 life attempt on Donald Trump's life, and number 3 in the last 30 days. I got footage of when it actually happened. I got footage of when it actually happened in the lockdown, right? Let's take a look. This reporter right here was doing his expose, and he was trying to talk about Trump in a negative way. I argue that he should have been focused on the violence coming from the political left and having a conversation in America about how do we stop the violence on the political left. And instead, I believe instead of focusing on this violence, instead of focusing on the rhetoric, they want to get more rhetoric for more clicks and more views, and then it leads to violent events like this where you put your own self in danger.
Memorial Day since 2022. President Trump promises the prices will go down, but his grip on Republican support on Capitol Hill is weakening.
There's shots fired. You have to get down. Shots.
This is live footage from D.C. during the shootout. This is live footage from D.C. during the shootout. This is live in D.C. You can see the Secret Service clearing the field. So the press has access to the White House lawn. The press has the ability to be on the White House lawn to do their press event, right? So the press can be on the White House lawn. They're doing their everyday doing their everyday news report. Everybody in the chat right now watching, do me a huge favor, hit the like button. Everybody in the chat right now watching, do me a huge favor, hit the like button, get the likes up. So they're doing their 1-2, and then look, Then the shooting breaks out, and they're forced to get down, take cover. And then you hear the producer saying, we got to get out of here. The producer, and then they're wondering if they could stay, because the focus of the media is not America first. If you want to know why MAGA has taken such a stronghold, why America First is taking such a stronghold, it's because the liberal media and the liberal left does not care. They only care about clicks. And when the shooting takes place, they're trying to stay so they can still film. And then the producer tells them, we have to get out of here. You see some press running. Now, more press members. This is the interior. This is the White House lawn. A regular person would not have access to these greens here. This is the interior of the White House lawn when the shooting breaks out. Now, remember the details of the shooting. The shooter approached a checkpoint. Let's go over it again. What we're watching right now, the checkpoint attack. Over the weekend, a man approached the White House security checkpoint, pulled a pistol from a handbag, opened fire, unleashing nearly 30 gunshots. We're watching the live aftermath. We're watching the live shooting. So as he approaches the checkpoint, this is the Secret Service clearing everyone off of the White House lawn, because there's no way to know who is a combatant and who is not. This is where we have gotten to in America. How you guys feel about this in the chat? That the Secret Service has to clear everyone off the lawn by gunpoint because in 2026, we don't know who wants to kill the president, whether you're an American or not. Whether you're an American or not, we don't know who wants to do harm to the president. So this is what happens. We got to clear the lawn. Let's listen. Let's listen.
Trump promises the prices will go down, but his grip on Republican support on Capitol Hill.
Those are the shots. So he's talking about Trump and prices as it relates to Iran and the Straits of Hormuz, and then the shots break out.
Memorial Day since 2022. President Trump promises the prices will go down, but his grip on Republican support on Capitol Hill is weakening.
This is May 23rd, live footage over the weekend. This is May 23rd, live footage over the weekend, over Memorial Day weekend. Someone approached a guard. Someone approached the guard. Now, if you listen to let's listen to the producer. Listen to the producer after the shots, and they take cover. They should get out of there, but they don't. Let's listen to the producer.
There's shots fired. You have to get down. Shots fired. You're going down.
So they don't go down immediately. The producer tells them there are shots fired. We need to go down. They don't go down immediately. They are forced off the line. And this is the big part of it. It's not just that the Secret Service can't tell who is the good guys from the bad guys, but the good guys don't even act like good guys anymore. The good guys, if you're good guys, why aren't you getting out of the way and helping the Secret Service do their job? Instead, they're more concerned about the goddamn camera and the clicks. These people are running for their lives. This is not a joke. There's 30 shots being exchanged. These people are running for their lives. I wouldn't take, everybody should take this seriously. After 3 attempts and 3 shootings over the last 30 days and 6 since he's been in office, this is not a joke. They still haven't left. They're still trying to film. That's why we have this video. They're still not leaving. Now they finally leave. Honestly, bro, they could have lost their life because they waited to have gun pointed at them before they left. Before they left the press nest, and they're still filming. They left, and they left the camera running. So if the Secret Service had to do it, this is the Secret Service clearing the White House lawn. The press had to be forced out of their nest by gunpoint. That's more work for the Secret Service. The Secret Service is supposed to be protecting the president. The Secret Service is supposed to be locking down the White House, and this is more work that they have to do because the liberal media thinks this is an opportunity to go viral and get clicks. So they don't leave. They don't leave.
Memorial Day since 2022. President Trump promises the prices will go down, but his grip on Republican support on Capitol Hill is weakening.
Live shots. At this point, you're in danger. At this point, you should be leaving the perimeter.
There's shots fired. You have to get down.
That's the producer telling them shots fired. Let's go down. I.e. in TV talk, cut the feed. We're out of here. Another producer saying go down, and the other producer said, I'm here. They're running for their lives. This is not a drill. These are real gunshots. This is not a drill. The press still haven't left. What I'm saying is that they make the Secret Service work harder. The Secret Service have to force them by gunpoint. They know the protocol. It's more work for the Secret Service. Secret Service could be doing some security in another area. Get out, move. Still, press won't get off the White House lawn. We're looking live at the White House. So you're looking at greens right now, right? This is the White House lawn. Inside the gate, inside the perimeter, the press are allowed to film. Inside the gate, inside the perimeter, the press are allowed to film. And what we're seeing is that
Memorial Day since 2022.
When the press are doing their 1-2, the shooting broke out live. When the press are in their nest doing their daily reports is when the shooting breaks out live. Here's another live footage over the weekend, White House shooting live.
That President Trump has said a deal is close.
Now keep in mind, as I play this, there was an innocent bystander who got shot. Does it make sense now how and why an innocent bystander, when you see the melee of the press running back and forth?
That President Trump has said a deal is close, only for the two sides to remain far apart.
No.
That President Trump has.
So we're watching live D.C. shooting. So here's another report. So there's multiple reporters on the White House lawn when the shooting breaks out. And instead of the Secret Service focusing on the shooter, they got to focus to make sure that the press is not part of the problem. Look at this. Look at this. Somebody come look at this.
That President Trump has said a deal is close, only for the two sides to remain far apart.
No.
That's how close it was. So White House shooting, we didn't hear a shooting. At the White House Correspondents' Dinner, you don't really hear a shooting. This is how close, and the president was in the White House. I'm coming to you live. Purpose Summit Podcast. Everybody hit the like button and subscribe. I'm coming to you live. This is YouTube's #1 channel for political and domestic discourse about politics. We talk a lot about this type of stuff here every day at 1 p.m. I'm coming to you live from the White House. This is a different reporter. At the same time, what took place, let me read to you the details of what we're watching. Over the weekend, while you watch this, if you want to know what's happening, over the weekend, an assailant approached a guard house at the White House. He approached the checkpoint, and he approached the White House security checkpoint, pulled a pistol from a handbag, opened fire, unleashing 30 shots. Secret Service guards returned fire, unaliving the suspect, and locked down the complex. You are watching in real time that right there. Over the weekend, a man approached the White House security checkpoint, and then the shots took place, and then they locked down the facility. You are watching that live right now. We are playing that live right now. They locked down the facility.
Memorial Day since 2022.
I just showed you the woman. Now this is another gentleman.
Memorial Day since 2022. President Trump promises the prices will go down, but his grip on Republican support on Capitol Hill is weakening.
There's shots fired. We have to get down.
This is the female producer explaining there are shots fired, we're going down. You can hear the Secret Service in the background locking down the facility. You can hear the Secret Service in the background. Repeatedly, the producer was trying to get them out of there. So Secret Service has to take out the shooter, and then the Secret Service has to lock down the facility, including getting the liberal press out of the I know they've been trained better than this. I know they had to move. They make the Secret Service come and force them out by gunpoint. Did you see the one reporter go back and forth? Did you see the one reporter? One reporter goes back and forth. Let's look at that together. I see one reporter going the wrong way toward the violence. Tell me if you saw that. Everybody's going that way, away from those shots, away from the violence. Producer, shots fired. Let's go. Everybody's running away from the violence. Did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that? And then one reporter runs back toward the violence, making it more difficult for the Secret Service to secure the perimeter. Let's look at that again. What the hell is this? Is this Keystone Capers? Is this Keystone Capers? What's going on, really, ladies and gentlemen? What's going on? Let's look at this. Everybody's going away from the violence. I slowed it down. See Secret Service at the top of the screen. Secret Service at the top of the screen. There's an old man out where this, and then somebody goes the opposite way. What in the hell is going on? Is this Keystone Cop? What is going on? Did y'all see that? Here go the old man. And this, but what? Somebody come look at this. Somebody call the police. The violence is obvious from the flow of everything. Now let's watch from the beginning because we can see the flow of where the violence is coming from and how everyone moves. And for some reason, we see people going toward the violence. Let's look again.
Memorial Day since 2022. President Trump promises the prices will go down, but his grip on Republican support on Capitol Hill is weakening.
You hear all those gunshots? You hear all those gunshots? 30 shots. There's an exchange between the gunman and the Secret Service. Producer says shots fired. We must go down. Secret Service up here in the gunfight. Now everyone begins to run away from the violence. Run away from the violence. Look, everyone is running away from the violence. Everybody is running away from the violence. Everyone is running away from the violence. They've been trained how to leave. There's an old man, and then someone runs that way. This is live footage. This is live footage over the weekend. This is the press booth. This is the press booth during the shooting. We get the live shots and the reaction on the ground.
That President Trump has said a deal is close, only for the two sides to remain far apart. That President Trump has said a deal is close.
So what we're talking about today is over the weekend, number six. There has been 6 attempts since 2024. There has been 6 attempts on the president's life since 2024. I'm coming to you live from the Perfect Timing Podcast, giving you all the details. There has been 6 attempts on the president's life since 2024. Double tap, hit the like button. There has been 6 attempts. This is number 6. We had the White House Correspondents' Day shooting, but there was another attempt after that. 3 in the last. This is one of 3 in 30 days. This is one of 3 in 30 days. 30 shots over the weekend. We're seeing the White House press corps run for cover. Secret Service locked down a facility. Trump in the White House.
A gunman opened fire directly at Secret Service agents outside the White House tonight, and what happened in the seconds that followed will leave every American speechless. A suspect approached the White House perimeter this evening and opened fire on Secret Service agents who immediately returned fire and took the gunman down. Between 15 and 30 shots were exchanged in total, with 3 rounds striking the White House itself. 2 people are now hospitalized tonight. The suspect is in critical condition after being taken down by Secret Service. A civilian caught in the crossfire was struck and is seriously injured. Reporters on the North Lawn were ordered to sprint into the press briefing room as the gunfire erupted around them. President Trump was inside the White House at the time of the attack. This comes just weeks after the White House correspondents' dinner shooting, where Cole Allen opened fire targeting members of the Trump administration. Like and share this video so every American knows exactly what happened outside the White House tonight.
So double tap at the like button, everybody. Like and share this video so everybody knows what happens outside the White House. So I'm coming to you live. This is the Perfect 7 podcast. This is perfect. I'm reporting to you on the 6th attempt on President Trump's life since 2024. There have been 6 attempts. You remember the White House Correspondents' Dinner? Cole Thomas, who came across the country on the train. That was probably the most recent one. There was an attempt after that. And then now there was one on May 23rd over the weekend. The last attempt was on May 4th. Cole Allen Thomas was on April 25th. So April 25th, May 4th, and now May 25th. 3 attempts in 30 days, 6 in the last 24 months. Double tap at the like button.
A gunman opened fire directly at Secret Service agents outside the White House tonight, and what happened in the seconds that followed will leave every American speechless. A suspect approached the White House perimeter this evening and opened fire on Secret Service agents who immediately returned fire and took the gunman down. Between 15 and 30 shots were exchanged in total, with 3 rounds striking the White House itself. 2 people are now hospitalized tonight. The suspect is in critical condition after being taken down by Secret Service. A civilian caught in the crossfire was struck and is seriously injured. Reporters on the North Lawn were ordered to sprint into the press briefing room as the gunfire erupted around them. President Trump was inside the White House at the time of the attack. This comes just weeks after the White House correspondents' dinner shooting, where Cole Allen opened fire targeting members of the Trump administration. Like and share this video so every American knows exactly what happened outside the White House.
No, the reason they say everything is a psyop because they want the excuse to be a bully. It's the same. It's an excuse of a bully, right? It's the excuse that bullies always use, right? Bullies always have an excuse for being a bully, right? Right? I'm a bully because of this. I'm a bully because of that, right? There's no justification in none of the bullshit, man. There's no justification in 6 attempts on a man's life. And like I said earlier, Bernard, what I said earlier is it's gotten to the point where we're talking about a failed Democratic Party and socialism, right? And they're trying to do one party rule. It's getting to the point where it's not just an attack on the president, it's an attack on the office. And what's sad, Bernard, is it's not enough intellectuals like yourself who understand the complexities. Like, people are driven by the carnage, right? People get excited by the gunshots. They get excited by the blood and the death. But beyond that, brother, this is an attack on the office of the presidency. Therefore, it's an attack on America. After 6 attempts, my prayer is that the intellectuals in America would finally start to see that this is deeper. Hey, are they going after the president? Or are they going after the office? Is this an attack on Trump, or is this an attack on America? And that's all. I want some common sense to come into the debate. I want some common sense, and they want you to believe. And all of us are everybody who watch me is of a certain age, right? So we know how powerful our cell phones and our laptops, because we all got kids, right? And we see how powerful the laptop is. Called a social media feed. I've talked about the social media feed. Bernard, it's called a feed for a reason. I know you know this. I know you know this, but I'm using your intellect to highlight what's going on in America. I know you know it's called a feed, but they want to act like the social media feed isn't actually feeding the individuals who are committing these acts. No, the social media feed, who is ran and led by liberals, is feeding this, and this is the result of what they're digesting via the internet and social media feed. What did Cole Thomas say? What did all of them say in their manifestos? That they have been radicalized online, that they believe what they've been fed in social media. They don't come here. They don't come to the Perfect Timing podcast. They don't get critical analysis, right? They believe Rachel Maddow, and they digest what they've been fed, and they act out on it. Over the weekend, a shooter takes shots at the White House. He attacked the checkpoint, pulled a gun from his bag, and opened shots at the Secret Service. And the Secret Service had to lock down the facility, saving press and making them double their job. Double tap at the like button, like, share, subscribe.
Tonight, 2 attacks, 2 separate incidents, both targeting the same administration within weeks of each other. Secret Service agents stood their ground tonight. They ran toward the gunfire.
2 attacks in the last 30 days.
A gunman opened fire directly at Secret Service agents outside the White House tonight, and what happened in the seconds that followed will leave every American speechless. A suspect approached the White House perimeter this evening and opened fire on Secret Service agents who immediately returned fire and took the gunman down. Between 15 and 30 shots were exchanged in total, with 3 rounds striking the White House itself. 2 people are now hospitalized tonight. The suspect is in critical condition after being taken down by Secret Service. A civilian caught in the crossfire was struck and is seriously injured. Reporters on the North Lawn were ordered to sprint into the press briefing room as the gunfire erupted around them. President Trump was inside the White House at the time of the attack. This comes just weeks after the White House correspondents' dinner shooting, where Cole Allen opened fire targeting members of the Trump administration. Like and share this video so every American knows exactly what happened outside the White House tonight. 2 attacks, 2 separate incidents, both targeting the same administration within weeks of each other. Secret Service agents stood their ground tonight. They ran toward the gunfire.
Secret Service stood their ground, ran toward the gunfire. 2 attempts on the president's life and 3 attempts in the last 30 days. Double tap hit the like button. Purpose of the podcast, back with the blast, in and out with a dash. You guys, thank you guys. Hit the like button. Come on in. Come on in. Let's have a conversation. This is Donald Trump, Truth Social, about the shooting and the Secret Service. I think the Secret Service did a great job. Think about how much the Secret Service during the White House press, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the Secret Service took a gunshot, right? And they weren't even being paid, and they haven't been paid for 70 days. During that shooting, what was it, April? I think it was April, 25th, did I say, you guys? The Secret Service hadn't been paid for 70 days. This is President Trump, Truth Social. Thank you to our great Secret Service and law enforcement for the swift and professional action taken this evening against gunmen near the White House who had a violent history and possible obsession with our country's most cherished structure. The gunman is dead after exchange of gunfire with Secret Service agents near the White House gates. The event is 1 month removed from the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting and goes to show how important it is for all future presidents to get what will be the most safe and secure space of its kind ever built in Washington, D.C. National security of our country demands it. I agree. Double tap, hit the like button. Build the ballroom, man. Build the ballroom, man. I mean, it's just not even negotiable. It ain't even like, it don't make no sense. Yeah, we should build the ballroom, man. That's like a no-brainer, man. We should build a super train. We should update the infrastructure of America. We behind Japan. We behind China. We behind Dubai. Did you see how China received Trump coming off the plane? Yes, we need new facilities, man. Trump came back from China, and the one thing I knew Trump understood when he came back from China is that America needs to step it up, bro. America needs to step it up, and I agree with Trump. I agree, man. America needs to step it up. Build the ballroom and make a secure space for American presidents within the White House, right? Make a secure space for American presidents inside the White House. Double tap, hit the like button. We talking about the shooting over the weekend in the White House. We talking about the shooting over the weekend in the White House. 30 shots. 30 shots. This is the suspect.
Is the person who's a sociopath.
Now they saying it's a mental health going on with the suspect. Let's get this footage.
What we're worried about is the person who's a sociopath who is very good with guns and can plan things very well.
So it sounds like what you're telling me, Steve, is that as investigators look into potential suspects and people that may do harm, that there's some sort of threshold that they're measuring against about that individual's ability to actually act upon those threats?
Yeah, there really is. That's part of the threat matrix. If you have somebody who is say institutionalized and says every day, I'm going to go get a gun and kill the president. What we're worried about is the person who's a sociopath who is very good with guns and can plan things very well.
So it sounds like what you're telling me, Steve, is that as investigators look into potential suspects and people that may do harm, that there's some sort of
Double tap at the like button. So I guess there's some mental health aspects. We're gonna get more details to this case. So this person had previous run-ins with the law, and I guess there's some mental health aspects. Let's get into it. Let's get more details.
Administration once again making its case for the president's ballroom after another shooting outside the White House. The president was in the Oval Office when officials say the suspect approached a security checkpoint, took out a gun from a bag, and began to shoot. Journalists outside the White House running for cover,
only for the two sides to remain far apart.
We have to evacuate shooting. We have to evacuate shooting.
I was meters away preparing to go live on air when I heard a flurry of gunshots. My crew and I quickly ducked for cover, then sprinted across the north lawn with the rest of the White House press corps.
Officers say they fired back, killing the suspect. No Secret Service personnel were injured, but a bystander was hit and is in stable condition. Officials say the suspect, identified as 21-year-old Nasir Best, has a history of incidents involving the White House. They say he was involuntarily committed for a mental evaluation last year after blocking a point of entry, but a month later was arrested for allegedly trying to enter a White House checkpoint. President Trump is using this latest incident to argue his controversial White House ballroom is necessary. And overnight, the Justice Department revealing just how secure the ballroom will be, saying the roof will include a drone port and key location for rooftop snipers who will protect the White House and the entire Washington, D.C. area, and will be hermetically sealed. Saturday's shooting came less than a month after the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner and less than 3 weeks after officers shot a man near the Washington Monument after they say he opened fire on a Secret Service officer.
With Congress currently in recess, it remains to be seen if this latest shooting will sway any more Republicans to support the president's ballroom project. Hannah Battah, ABC News, New York.
Double tap at the like button, everybody watching right now. Get the likes up. We're coming to you live from D.C. with more details. Over the weekend, a gunman approached the White House and tries to shoot Donald Trump over the weekend. This is the 6th attempt on Donald Trump's life so far. Number 6, and I detail all 6 and going back to 2024. So you might think 6 going back to the first administration. No. 6 attempts going back to 2024 in Butler. Going back to 2024 in Butler, 6 attempts on the president's life, 3 in the last 30 days. We had the White House Correspondents' Dinner, then an attempt on May 4th, and then today, May 23rd. That's 3 in 30 days. I think we have to have a conversation about the liberal left and how they want to express their views against Trump. There's a right way and a wrong way to do it. We got to start talking about it, or this is going to just get worse.
The gunman who was killed in
To that point about this getting worse, I want to know from everybody in the chat as you come in. I want you to vote in the poll. I just said if we don't have a talk with the left, if we're not honest about the liberal left and how violent the left has gotten, how damaging the rhetoric on the left, how effective the rhetoric has become, right? How effective the rhetoric has become at triggering individuals to violence. If we're not honest about this, I say it gets worse. And to that effect, I want you to vote in the poll. We have 329 votes right now, and 27% of the people are saying Trump won't make it. 50% are saying Trump will make it. MAGA is strong. MAGA is strong. MAGA is strong. MAGA is strong, baby. Double tap at the like button. And I believe we take the House in 2026. And I believe we win the presidency in 2028. But I want to have this conversation to make America be on point. And we protect our president. And we protect the office of the presidency. We protect Trump. But beyond that, we protect the office of the presidency, and we say to the American people and the rest of the world, it's not okay. Everybody Everybody put it in the chat. It's not okay to attack the American president. That's what it means to be MAGA. That's what it means to be America first. I take this shit seriously 6 times, bro. We got to have a talk with the left, bro. This is not cool.
Saturday's shooting near the White House has been identified as 21-year-old Nazir Best from Maryland. Best allegedly encountered Secret Service at least twice last year and had a history of mental health issues. He also told authorities that he was Jesus Christ and he wanted to get arrested. Political strategist Katie Zachariah joins me now. Katie, good morning to you. You know, the president's initial reaction to this was to point out that this shooting took place a month after the White House Correspondents Association dinner shooting. And he reiterated his point that all presidents deserve very safe spaces like the ballroom. And the funding and construction of that project is now very much in question. So does the president have a point here?
Absolutely, the president has a point. Look, within 1 month, we have a two times gunman trying to attempt to take President Trump's life. And this is historic, right? He's bringing crime down across the country. We're at 126-year lows, particularly in D.C. It's the safest it's ever been. Yet President Trump, the attempts on the president's life are absolutely historic. And so this ballroom has to be built, not just for President Trump, but for every single future president. As this type of leftist extremism is not being dealt with, we need to make sure the President Trump is safe and every president is safe after him, Carly.
Well, this particular gunman, Best, was known to Secret Service and he had a criminal record. Do you view this as an incident that should have been prevented?
Well, look, with the White House security complex, thank goodness this Secret Service neutralized him before he even had an opportunity to get any closer. And I think what we have to address is the fact that we have a problem in this country with leftist hate. We've had so many attempts. I was at Mar-a-Lago when they had to neutralize another attempted assassin on President Trump, and thankfully he wasn't there. But if we don't tune down, if the left does not get a hold of the violent rhetoric, this is historic. Look, you have these 21, 22, even early 30-year-old men that are very extreme and being indoctrinated online. And so we have to get to the bottom of this. So could it be prevented? I think that we need to take a hard look at what's driving the extremism. And a lot of that, Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, this violent rhetoric just seems to be continue going, although Colbert was held accountable finally.
Yeah,
Carly.
you know, Kate, that's a great point. And if you could dive into it a little further, because clearly there is a real issue when it comes to young men and this mental rot that's taking place that's leading to extreme violence among young men in America right now. Why do you think that's happening and how do we prevent this?
2 of the attempted assassins have come out of California. And now we have this, including on Justice Kavanaugh. And we haven't seen, Carly, this same tick across the board from the right. Although the left wants to continue saying the right is the violent side, it is all coming from the left with the assassination of Charlie Kirk and all these attempts on President Trump and the attempted assassin of Justice Kavanaugh. So what is driving this is, in my mind, you're looking at Maryland, California. You have this, President Trump had actually signed an executive order on dealing with radical indoctrination in K through 12 and then in higher education. And we have to get to the root of what is driving this radical indoctrination, particularly from the left, among young men, and why they think that they have the opportunity to take these types of situations into their own hands and portray violence on American people. This is also Mangione, and also the Pacific Palisades arson lit this fire with the same leftist extremism that led to $250 billion of damage and lives lost, Carly. So it's widespread and systemic, and we need to deal with the root causes. Yeah. I think we're getting to that with the executive orders, but we need to get deeper on online extremism.
Yeah, this is a deep problem that no matter how many shootings or close calls there are, it remains unsolved, which should be of utmost concern to all of us. Katie, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Carly.
Good to see you.
Double tap hit the like button. What y'all think in the chat? We're talking about President Trump and number 6 attempt on the president's life. Number 6 attempt on the president's life. And where does the rhetoric come from? Where are these young men being radicalized? Where does the rhetoric come from? We on this channel, just like the report said, We say it's coming from the left. We say it's coming from the left.
Joke about his death? We should be fired for that.
Jimmy Kimmel has responded to the latest from President Donald Trump, pointing out the hypocrisy over a joke Trump made during the arrival ceremony of the British royal family.
My wonderful mother, Mary.
Okay, get the fuck. Oh, I almost let the cuss out. I'm not going to do it. The liberal media wants you to do it. I'm not going to do it. All I want to do is play Jimmy Kimmel. They won't play it. It's not hard to find it. Go and play Jimmy Kimmel, baby. All I want to know is Jimmy Kimmel, baby. All I want to see is the Jimmy Kimmel joke. Can I see the Jimmy Kimmel joke? That's all I want to see. I just want to see it. We want to see it. They want to act. They want to throw their rock and hide their hand, man. This the Democratic left. Throw a rock and hide your hand, man. You made the joke. Now you want to scrub the joke from the internet after the president gets shot and there's a shooting. No. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. And there we go. There we go.
We should be fired for that.
Jimmy Kimmel has responded to the latest from President.
Oh man, this is. I remember the joke. Y'all remember the joke? That I just want to know. I want to know about the joke Jimmy Kimmel made. You gotta go that deep. You gotta go that deep to find a joke, man. I don't want to see it. I don't want him to defend the joke. I just want to find the joke. Ooh wee. I mean, they work hard. Put the joke up, Jimmy Kimmel. Joke.
Miss you so much, and of course, our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
That's the joke. That's the joke right there. That's the joke. Everybody want to know why is the violence? This is the liberal left. This is what they think is funny. And I said the social media feed. There are individuals with mental health problems that hear that joke, that hear the rhetoric from the left, and they want to act on it.
Who in their right minds says a wife would be glowing over the potential murder of her beloved husband? And having experienced what I did with the First Lady on Saturday night, I can tell you that she was anything but that. This kind of rhetoric about the president, the First Lady, and his supporters is completely deranged, and it's unbelievable that the American people are consuming it night after night after night.
Obviously was a joke about their age difference and the look of joy we see on her face every time they're together. It was a very light roast joke about the fact that he's almost 80 and she's younger than I am. It was not by any stretch of the definition a call to assassination, and they know that. I've been very vocal for many years speaking out against gun violence. I agree that hateful.
How many, put a one in the chat if you agree with Jimmy Kimmel was just making a joke about age? Because he said how many people think Jimmy Kimmel was talking about Melania's age? How many people think this was an ageism joke, keeping in mind that Donald Trump had 3 attempts on his life in 30 days? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Jimmy Kimmel. Put a 2 in the chat if you agree that Trump. Double tap at the like button. Hit the like, share, and subscribe.
And violent rhetoric is something we should reject. I do, and I think a great place to start to dial that back would be to have a conversation with your husband about it. We miss you so much. And of course, our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
So who thinks that joke was okay? Put a 1 in the chat if you think that joke was okay. I need to hear from you now. Jimmy Kimmel is saying the joke was about ageism. That he thinks we're idiots. Just like, I love the liberals. Y'all, who remembers last week when we did the 86 to 47 show? And the damn FBI said he didn't know what 86 meant. And that was the most incensing thing. So it's not just Jimmy Kimmel. Now think about this. It's not just Jimmy Kimmel. I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna look that up. Let's look that up. Head of FBI Comey on Colbert about 86-47. So now Jimmy Kimmel thinks we're idiots, right? He thinks we can't interpret English and we didn't know what that joke meant, right? And then Comey goes on late night TV and says he wants the American people to believe he doesn't know what 86-47 means. How many people believe that the head of the FBI, who went after the mafia, right? Who used terms like 86, right? So if anybody could not claim to be a layman on this subject, it's James Comey. But James Comey said he didn't know. He didn't know what 86 meant, right? He didn't know what 86-47 meant. He said he thought it was an address. So it's not just Jimmy Kimmel saying this joke, but it's also Comey.
Who in their right minds says a wife would be glowing over the potential murder of her beloved husband? And having experienced what I did with the First Lady on Saturday night, I can tell you that she was anything but that. This kind of rhetoric about the president, the First Lady, and his supporters is completely deranged, and it's unbelievable that the American people are consuming it night after night after night.
Obviously was a joke about their age difference and the look of joy we see on her face every time they're together. It was a very light roast joke about the fact that he's almost 80 and she's younger than I am. It was not by any stretch of the definition a call to assassination, and they know that. I've been very vocal for many years speaking out against gun violence. I agree that hateful and violent rhetoric is something we should reject. I do, and I think a great place to start to dial that back would be to have a conversation with your husband about it. We miss you so much. And of course,
our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow. Who says that's okay? I want to see the ones in the chat if you think that's okay. So it's not just that. It's not just that. It's not just that.
His wife for his 8647 Instagram post.
My wife and I, Patrice, were walking on the beach and saw those numbers in shells on the beach. And
you didn't do this, somebody else did this.
Yeah, somebody else did it. We were on a walk preparing for this week, the rollout of my book.
Yep.
She looked at it and said, why'd someone put their address in the sand?
All right.
James Comey's wife saw a number on the beach and thought it was someone's address. Which tracks. She also thought James was a man of integrity.
Yeah. And so I said, I think it's a clever political message. And she said, you should take a picture of it. I said, sure. And then she said, you should Instagram that. And boom.
Nothing says I'm a man of uncompromising integrity like blaming your controversial posts on your wife during a book tour about your uncompromising integrity.
Please like, comment, and subscribe.
Former.
So it's not just Jimmy Kimmel making a joke about Donald Trump and his wife, but it's also James Comey, who's being indicted. James Comey is being indicted in investigations for this 86-47 post. Did you guys know that? James Comey is being indicted and investigated for this 86-47 post. So I'm saying, what's leading to the mental health? What's leading to the mental health? What's leading to the rhetoric? 6 attempts, 3 in 30 days. This individual that you're looking at on the screen had previous mental health problems. He had previous interactions with the police and violence. So he wasn't in a mental health facility. He wasn't incarcerated. He wasn't getting help. Instead, he's free walking the streets to cause violence, not just on the president, not just on the office of the president, but anybody. When people see a person of color and they assume, oh, feel bad for the black person. No, you should feel bad for everybody else because it could have been you. It couldn't have, you know what I'm saying? That's how I look at this. It could have been you. This young man should have been in a mental health hospital. He should have been in prison, or he should have been in therapy. He should not have been free to walk the street with his illness with a gun where he could hurt other Americans. Double tap at the like button. Put a one in the chat if you agree. Tell me if you disagree with me in the chat. Donald Trump, over the weekend, the gentleman you see on the screen attempted to shoot the president, attacked the gate at the White House. Shots were exchanged. He was unalived. An innocent bystander has been hurt, critically injured. We saw the press running back and forth.
What we're worried about is the person who's a sociopath who is very good with guns and can plan things very well.
So it sounds like what you're telling me, Steve, is that as investigators look into potential suspects and people that may do harm, that there's some sort of threshold that they're measuring against about that individual's ability to actually act upon those threats?
Yeah, there really is. That's part of the threat matrix. If you have somebody who is say institutionalized and says every day, I'm going to go get a gun and kill the president, what we're worried about.
Then we got to get some help for these people, and we got to be honest about the liberal left. Double tap at the like button. Does the left hold some of the blame?
The gunman who was killed in Saturday's shooting near the White House has been identified as 21-year-old Nazir Best from Maryland. Best allegedly encountered Secret Service at least twice last year and had a history of
21-year-old Best had already had 2 encounters with Secret Service.
mental health issues.
They had mental health issues.
He also told authorities that he was Jesus Christ and he wanted to get arrested. Political strategist Katie Zachariah joins me now. Katie, good morning to you. You know, the president's initial reaction to this was
For those people thinking it's a psyop and all this other bullshit and never listen to the whole story. Everybody come in, it's a psyop, it's a setup. No, how many people have people with mental health issues in their family? America has had a mental health crisis. So instead of saying it's a psyop, let's just be honest about what we're dealing with in our everyday lives, everyday homes, at work, at school, on the bus. We all interact with people with mental health challenges in America because we're having a crisis. We're having an outbreak. And this gentleman, just like the guy in Louisiana that I talked about who unalived his 7 children, it was an Army vet. He tried to unalive the baby mama. 14 people were shot, almost 9 people unalived. And it turns out he had admitted himself to the mental health facility at the VA, but the VA kicked him out. We have a problem with mental health and people having the ability to get the help that they require before they hurt others. In Louisiana, children were unalived and women were unalived. Here in D.C., the guy was unalived, but he attempted to unalive the president. We got to talk about the rhetoric on the left, and we got to talk about the mental health crisis.
Best allegedly encountered Secret Service at least twice last year and had a history of mental health issues. He also told authorities that he was Jesus Christ and he wanted to get arrested. Political strategist Katie Zachariah joins me now. Katie, good morning to you. You know, the president's initial reaction to this was to point out that this shooting took place a month after the White House Correspondents Association dinner shooting. And he reiterated his point that all presidents deserve very safe spaces like the ballroom. And the funding and construction of that project is now very much in question. So does the president have a point here?
Absolutely, the president has a point. Look, within 1 month, we have a two times gunman trying to attempt to take President Trump's life. And this is historic, right? He's bringing crime down across the country. We're at 126-year lows, particularly in D.C. It's the safest it's ever been. Yet President Trump, the attempts on the president's life are absolutely historic. And so this ballroom has to be built, not just for President Trump, but for every single future president. As this type of leftist extremism is not being dealt with, we need to make sure the President Trump is safe and every president is safe after him, Carly.
Well, this particular gunman, Best, was known to Secret Service and he had a criminal record. Do you view this as an incident that should have been prevented?
Well, look, with the White House security complex, thank goodness this Secret Service neutralized him before he even had an opportunity to get any closer. And I think what we have to address is the fact that we have a problem in this country with leftist hate. We've had so many attempts. I was at Mar-a-Lago when they had to neutralize another attempted assassin on President Trump, and thankfully he wasn't there. But if we don't tune down, if the left does not get a hold of the violent rhetoric, this is historic. Look, you have these 21, 22, even early 30-year-old men.
Look at this. Look at this list. Look at this list. How many people agree? Look at this. This is the great job. Some people were complaining about Fox. I think Fox be watching my channel. Look at this graphic. This is a similar graphic that I've showed many times. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Look at the graphic. Look at these young men. I've said that there is a profile of, even when you include Cole Thomas, there's a profile of these individuals. So I agree. Does the left and the rhetoric on the left have something to do with what is happening with the radicalization of these individuals? Double tap at the like button and let me know in the chat. What do you think? I tend to agree with this report, and I think these individual reporters are doing an excellent job. Fox News is doing an excellent job. Double tap at the like button. There are some consistencies amongst all of these attempts.
Neutralized him before he even had an opportunity to get any closer. And I think what we have to address is the fact that we have a problem in this country with leftist hate. We've had so many attempts. I was at Mar-a-Lago when they had to neutralize another attempt.
So the question in the chat is, do we have a problem with leftist hate? Do you agree with the reporting? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree that in America today, we have a problem with leftist hate that is the catalyst of such violence that I'm reporting on. Put a 1 in the chat. That's the question. Put a 1 in the chat. Do you agree that we are suffering from leftist hate in America today? You can disagree. Put a 2 in the chat and give me your explanation if you disagree. I want to know from you right now, because it's getting to be to the point where it's about the office. It's about America. 6 attempts, six times, 6 attempts on the president in the office of the president. I want to know from you, how do you feel about that? Is it beyond Trump? Does it matter to you as an American? 6 attempts on the office of the president. Is it serious to you now?
I think what we have to address is the fact that we have a problem in this country with leftist hate. We've had so many attempts. I was at Mar-a-Lago when they had to neutralize another attempted assassin on President Trump, and thankfully he wasn't there. But if we don't tune down, if the left does not get a hold of the violent rhetoric, this is historic. Look, you have these 21, 22, even early 30-year-old men that are very extreme and being indoctrinated online. And so we have to get to the bottom of this. So could it be prevented? I think that we need to take a hard look at what's driving the extremism. And a lot of that, Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, this violent rhetoric just seems to be continue going, although Colbert was held accountable finally.
Yeah,
Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel. Let's get the
FBI Director James
Comey, Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel.
Who in their right minds says a wife would be glowing over the potential murder of her beloved husband? And having experienced what I did with the First Lady on Saturday night, I can tell you that she was anything but that. This kind of rhetoric about the president, the First Lady, and his supporters is completely deranged, and it's unbelievable that the American people are consuming it night after night after night.
Obviously was a joke about their age difference and the look of joy we see on her face every time they're together. It was a very light roast joke about the fact that he's almost 80 and she's younger than I am. It was not by any stretch of the definition a call to assassination, and they know that. I've been very vocal for many years speaking out against gun violence. I agree that hateful and violent rhetoric is something we should reject. I do, and I think a great place to start to dial that back would be to have a conversation with your husband about it.
I think Jimmy Kimmel is sick. The left is sick. So he makes a joke about the death of Donald Trump and his wife being a widow, and then they walk away. You're not even brave enough. This is another thing about the liberal left. They don't even have enough balls to stand by the shit that they do. Here's one example. I'm going to give another example of the feckless cuck left.
We miss you so much. And of course, Our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
And then they ride and they say something like that and hide their hand. I'm giving receipts. I'm giving receipts to the Fox report. And then don't forget about, so that was that. That was that, right? He makes that joke. I say it's not a joke. And then he hides his hand. And then he doesn't have enough balls to stand by his joke. And then he changes it, right? He moves the goalpost. Ain't that what we say on YouTube? He moves the goalpost. But don't forget about this, though. So that's Jimmy Kimmel and the leftist rhetoric about the death of our president after multiple attempts on his life. No, don't forget. When he's making this joke, Donald Trump has suffered from 4 attempts. We have 6 now. When they're making these jokes, this is in the midst of Donald Trump assassination attempt after assassination attempt after assassination attempt. This is not the time for the joke, Jimmy.
Is blaming his wife for his 8647 Instagram post.
My wife and I, Patrice, were walking on the beach and saw those numbers in shells on the beach. And
you didn't do this, somebody else did this.
Yeah, somebody else did it. We were on a walk preparing for this week, the rollout of my book.
Yep.
She looked at it and said, why'd someone put their address in the sand?
All right.
James Comey's wife saw a number on the beach and thought it was someone's address, which tracks. She also thought James was a man of integrity.
Yeah.
And so I said, I think it's a clever political message. And she said, you should take a picture of it. I said, sure. And then she said, you should Instagram that. And boom.
Nothing says I'm a man of uncompromising integrity like blaming your controversial posts on your wife during a book tour about your uncompromising integrity.
Please like, comment, and subscribe.
Former FBI Director James Comey is blaming his wife.
So not only the FBI director claims that he doesn't know what 8647 means. So I'm putting it out here. This is how we get here. This is how we get to 6 times people trying to unalive the president. And what I'm arguing today is it's no longer about Trump. And you can no longer say this is about Trump and policies. I am saying today this is an attack on the office of the presidency, and this is an attack on America. It's during war times. It's been multiple attempts. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable.
For his 8647 Instagram post.
My wife and I, Patrice, were walking on the beach and saw those numbers in shells on the beach. And
you didn't do this, somebody else did this.
Yeah, somebody else did it. We were on a walk preparing for this week, the rollout of my book.
Yep.
She looked at it and said, why'd someone put their address in the sand?
All right.
James Comey's wife saw a number on the beach and thought it was someone's address, which tracks. She also thought James was a man of integrity.
Yeah.
And so I said, I think it's a clever political message. And she said, you should take a picture of it. I said, sure. And then she said, you should Instagram that. And boom.
Nothing says I'm a man of uncompromising integrity like blaming your controversial posts on your wife.
So he doesn't know what 86 means, and he blames it on his wife. So you got Jimmy Kimmel wishing death on Trump. You got the head of the FBI saying 86 Trump. And then when the Fox News comes out and says that we have a problem with leftist hate, everybody in my chat act like they can't understand English and they forgot everything in recent history. We don't have a problem with leftist hate. We don't have a problem with leftist hate. I think I just proved my point. We have a problem with leftist hate. And we also have a mental health crisis in this country. And if we're not honest about both of these things, it's going to get worse. And the worst part is that the people who are so naive to think it won't be you. And that's why I use the example of Louisiana. Louisiana, where a father who had mental health issues unalived 7 of 9 children, including himself and the mother. I think it was the largest shooting recently, 14 people shot.
Extremism is not being dealt with. We need to make sure the President Trump is safe and every president is safe after him, Carly.
Well, this particular gunman, Best, was known to Secret Service and he had a criminal record. Do you view this as an incident that should have been prevented?
Yes. Yes.
Well, look, with the White House security complex, thank goodness this Secret Service neutralized him before he even had an opportunity to get any closer. And I think what we have to address is the fact that we have a problem in this country with leftist hate. We've had so many attempts. I was at Mar-a-Lago when they had to neutralize another attempted assassin on President Trump, and thankfully he wasn't there. But if we don't tune down, if the left does not get a hold of the violent rhetoric, this is historic. Look, you have these 21, 22, even early 30-year-old men that are very extreme and being indoctrinated online. And so we have to get to the bottom of this. So could it be prevented? I think that we need to take a hard look at what's driving the extremism. And a lot of that, Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, this violent rhetoric just seems to be continue going, although Colbert was held accountable finally.
Yeah,
Carly.
okay, that's a great point. And if you could dive into it a little further, because clearly there is a real issue when it comes to young men and this mental rot that's taking place that's leading to extreme violence among young men in America right now. Why do you think that's happening, and how do we prevent this?
Two of the attempted assassins have come out of California. And now we have this, including on Justice Kavanaugh. And we haven't seen, Carly, we haven't seen this same tick across the board from the right. Although the left wants to continue saying the right is the violent side, it is all coming from the left with the assassination of Charlie Kirk and all these attempts on President Trump and the attempted assassin of Justice Kavanaugh. So what is driving this is, in my mind, you're looking at Maryland, California. You have this, President Trump had actually signed an executive order on dealing with radical indoctrination in K through 12 and then in higher education. And we have to get to the root of what is driving this radical indoctrination, particularly from the left, among young men, and why they think that they have the opportunity to take these types of situations into their own hands and portray violence on American people. This is also Mangione, and also the Pacific Palisades arson lit this fire with the same leftist extremism that led to $250 billion of damage and lives lost, Carly. So it's widespread and systemic, and we need to deal with the root causes. Yeah. I think we're getting to that with the executive orders, but we need to get deeper on online extremism.
Yeah, this is a deep problem that no matter how many shootings or close calls there are, it remains unsolved, which should be of utmost concern to all of us. Katie, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree.
Best allegedly encountered Secret Service at least twice last year and had a history of mental health issues. He also told authorities that he was Jesus Christ and he wanted to get arrested. Political strategist Katie Zachariah joins me now. Katie, good morning to you. You know, the president's initial reaction to this was to point out that this shooting took place a month after the White House Correspondents Association dinner shooting. And he reiterated his point that all presidents deserve very safe spaces like the ballroom. And the funding and construction of that project is now very much in question. So does the president have a point here?
Absolutely, the president has a point. Look, within 1 month, we have a two times gunman trying to attempt to take President Trump's life. And this is historic, right? He's bringing crime down across the country. We're at 126-year lows, particularly in D.C. It's the safest it's ever been. Yet President Trump, the attempts on the president's life are absolutely historic. And so this ballroom has to be built, not just for President Trump, but for every single future president. As this type of leftist extremism is not being dealt with, we need to make sure.
Let's get some more examples of the leftist extremism. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree that the ballroom has to be built to protect not only this president, but future presidents. Let's get some more examples of leftist extremism. This is another sad story. So I showed Stephen Colbert, we showed Jimmy Kimmel, we showed James Comey, who's being indicted for the 86-47, by the way. Now, let's show another story, another example of leftist extremism. Army veteran Carrie Sharon, unalived after beating outside Trump decorated home. Double tap hit the like button, everybody. Hit the like, share, subscribe. Don't forget to join the channel. We got a Somalian special going right now. Double tap, join the channel. It's called the Somalian Special. You can join my channel for less than 25 cents a day. When you subscribe, you're going to get a plus sign. Hit the plus sign. Become a member. Membership has its privileges. Another example of leftist hate. On May 20th, 2026, near East Mission Avenue in El Segundo, California, neighbor Thomas Caleb Butler, 32, approached Sharon and struck him in the jaw, then hit his head repeatedly, as shown on security video. Sharon unalive 5 days later at Palomar Medical Center. Butler, a Navy veteran, facing initial charges of attempted unaliving and elder abuse, remains in custody without bail as prosecutors prepare to upgrade them. His wife, Maria Garcia, suspects harassment over their pro-Trump displays, though police find no confirmed political motive and cite his PTSD struggles. The community held vigils with flags and flowers, raising funds for Maria while mourning Sharon as a friendly patriot. Here it is, another mental health issue and another person unalived on the right by somebody on the left. Here it is, another radicalized mental health person unalived. This is May 20th, over the weekend. There's a house like this in Sacramento. When I saw this, I was like, is this in Sacramento? Because they said California. But it's not in Sacramento. This is a Trump house. They got a lot of these Trump houses, right? I took a picture in the Trump house in my neighborhood. The guy was unalived by his neighbor. This is another example of hate on the left.
Very strong Trump supporter, but he was a patriot first.
I feeling very confused because I don't know what happened. They killed my husband. Right now I thinking it's not true.
Just to do 12,000 cookies in 7 days.
We looked through our News 8 archives and found this video from 1998 of Sharon helping bake cookies for military troops in the Persian Gulf.
Oh, I never saw.
Oh my gosh.
I took the video to Maria.
I want to remember that way because I want a healing, all city. I want the good heart for everybody.
A short news clip bringing a bit of hope to a wife and neighborhood in mourning.
Very strong Trump supporter, but he was a patriot first.
And a veteran. Double tap at the like button. We're talking about more examples of hate from the left. This was a Trump supporter, and he was known to have something called the Trump House. He was attacked by his neighbor and unalived for having something called the Trump House. He had Trump and MAGA posters and markings on his home, and for that he was targeted and attacked over the weekend, May 20th, and he's no longer with us. I'm sharing this in the support of my story that I just played about the May 23rd shooting at the White House.
In Escondido, an Army veteran known for his large Trump displays and American flags outside his home has died.
He was brutally attacked last week, with the suspect allegedly beating him and then stomping on his head before a witness stepped in. Our Sarah Barker spoke with the victim's wife and has more.
Right now, I don't know what I don't can say anything, only I feel a lot of pain in my heart. That's it.
Maria Sharon dealing with the heartbreaking loss of her husband, Kerry Sharon, a 69-year-old Army veteran.
Kerry was a Trump supporter, but he was a patriot first. And he was a strong believer in freedom of speech. And when people would approach him and give him any guff over his opinions, he didn't let it get under his skin. He would just say they're entitled to their free speech just like I am.
Kerry died from his injuries Sunday night after being attacked last week outside of his Escondido home. Known for its large American flag displays and supporting President Donald Trump.
If you don't agree, it doesn't give you the right to vandalize or do violence, and that goes both sides.
Thank you.
there's too much violence, so it's a sad day.
God bless Carrie. God bless Maria.
Now, friends and neighbors are standing outside of his home, just as he would be doing this Memorial Day weekend.
Used to see him every morning when I go pick up grandkids, and I would stop by on the way back and talk to him sometimes.
We've had people drive by, lots of support, and then there's a few that drive by like they act like they're going to run into you, and they're flipping you off, or they're wailing on the horn all angry, and that needs to stop. It needs to stop. You can have a different belief, but you don't have to threaten people, intimidate people.
Even as Maria goes through the pain of losing her husband, she says she feels bad for the suspect's family.
I feeling bad for the mother, for the guy who do that, because for him too, because I ruined his life. Have a kid, have a girlfriend, have a mom. I'm feeling bad for her, but the stuff he do with my husband is terrible.
The suspect, 32-year-old Thomas Butler, pleaded not guilty in court on Friday when he faced charges of attempted murder.
Only want to say thank you for us, a sponsor, and all my friends coming, and thank you very much.
I reached out to the district attorney's office to see if any of the suspect's charges will be changed now that the victim has died. We haven't heard back yet, but courts are closed for the Memorial Day holiday. Meantime, I had a chance to talk with more members of the victim's family, and they have started a GoFundMe to help support his wife. One thing she says she's worried about is making sure she can keep the home that they've lived in, as he was the breadwinner. We have a link to that GoFundMe up on our website. Just click the Scene On tab. Reporting from Escondido, I'm Zara Barker.
Wow. She says she's worried about keeping the home. There's some evil going on out there, you guys. There's some evil going out there. So we talking about hate from the left, and in the chat was going a certain way. So I just had to come with receipts.
In Escondido, an Army veteran known
came with the Cuomo receipts. I came with the Colbert receipts. And then here's a man, rest in peace to this Army veteran who was unalive for having the Trump house. You see the flags behind him. I've seen a lot of these Trump houses. It's not right. It's not right. It's not right. I don't like this at all. California man unalived at his home. American flags in support of the president. Coming to you live over the weekend, May 20th. California man unalived at his home on his property. A veteran. That's the house. That's the house right here. He owns this home. He's a veteran. He has a right to this. He loves his country. He loves the country he went to war for. He's a veteran. You see his bars and stars on his jacket. He got his own home. He's not homeless. He's not asking nobody for nothing. He got his own home, expressing his right to love his president, and he was unalive for it. And y'all want to tell me we don't have to talk about the hate on the left? Y'all want to tell me we don't have to talk about the hate on the left? He unalive for having a Trump house. He unalive but for having a Trump house. Trump house owner dies after brutal attack outside Encinitas home. Outside of his home. Attacked by a young man who lived with his parents. A veteran. Sad day in America. Sad day in America. But I wanted to talk about this in conjunction to the White House shooting over the weekend, just to let people know what's going on the left. This is what's going on the left. This is how he looked after being beaten to death. This is how a veteran looked after being beaten to death by a neighbor, so-called neighbor, for having a Trump house. This is how we treat fellow Americans. This is how the Democrats treat fellow Americans for having a Trump house.
Somebody decided that our stuff was not good. Look at this. Incredible. They even ripped the American flag. How fucked up is that? And the Marine banner, they ripped that.
I'm coming to you live from California. Everybody coming in new, thank you for coming in. Hit the like button and subscribe as you come in. A lot of people asking, what is this? What are we watching? This is a conservative media outlet. We do news and politics here and current events. Today I'm talking about there was an attack over the weekend on Donald Trump's life. This was the 6th attack on Donald Trump's life since 2024, the 3rd attack on the president in the last 30 days. I've given out reports where we are claiming that the cause of the violence is the rhetoric and the hate on the left. If you disagree, you can disagree with me in the chat. Again, this is a conservative media outlet. I'm reporting to you about the numerous attempts and the lives lost at the foot of the left and the crazy leftist Trump deranged syndrome. So to support my argument, I showed James Comey, who's being indicted for the 8647 shell post. Just to remind you, James Comey is the head of the FBI who was retired. He was on a book tour. He posted a post of 8647 in the ground, and then he claimed it was his wife, right? He's being indicted for that. I use that as a receipt as the radicalization and the leftist hate and the rhetoric on the left. I brought up the Jimmy Kimmel joke, where Jimmy Kimmel joked about the first lady being a widow. Again, further receipts about the rhetoric on the left, not just any rhetoric, but rhetoric referring to the death of our president and the office of the president being attacked. So then also to further support my claims, over the weekend, owner of a Trump house in California was unalive. And this is not, I'm not trying to make this up because you can't make up the news. You can't just pull news out of your ass. This really happened. Same time over the weekend. So over the weekend, a man tried to shoot the president at the White House, and a man unalived, a veteran who owned his own home, for having Trump flags.
Somebody decided that our stuff was not good. Look at this. Incredible. They even ripped the American flag. How fucked up is that? And the Marine banner, they ripped that.
Vandals vandalized the Trump house, tore down American flags and pro-Marine banners. This is your America, liberal Democrats. People walk by and destroy American flag and support our troops. This is the America we live. This is what Jimmy Kimball's America looks like.
Ripped down American flags. How unpatriotic. Incredible.
Incredible. Incredible. How unpatriotic. Incredible. Double tap hit the like button, subscribe, y'all. Double tap hit the like button, subscribe, y'all. I'm fired up today, man. Fired up today, man. A veteran lost his life, man. This suspect, Thomas Butler, killed this man, Kerry Sharon, at his home for having a Trump flag. He lost his life at his home for having Trump flags. This is not conjecture. This is at the same time as a 21-year-old storms the White House. And I am arguing it's due to rhetoric on the left. I argue it's due to rhetoric on the left. The same time the White House is attacked. And so the Fox expose, they talked about this was another young man attacked his neighbor for having a Trump house.
Brutally attacked last week, with the suspect allegedly beating him and then stomping on his head before a witness stepped in. Our Sarah Barker spoke with the victim's wife and has more.
Right now, I don't know what I don't can say anything, only I feel a lot of pain in my heart. That's it.
Maria Sharon dealing with the heartbreaking loss of her husband, Kerry Sharon, a 69-year-old Army veteran.
Kerry was a Trump supporter, but he was a patriot first. And he was a strong believer in freedom of speech. And when people would approach him and give him any guff over his opinions, he didn't let it get under his skin. He would just say they're entitled to their free speech just like I am.
Kerry died from his injuries Sunday night after being attacked last week outside of his Escondido home. Known for its large American flag displays and supporting President Donald Trump.
If you don't agree, it doesn't give you the right to vandalize or do violence, and that goes both sides.
Thank you.
There's too much violence, so it's a sad day.
God bless Kerry. God bless Maria.
Now friends and neighbors are standing outside of his home, just as he would be doing this Memorial Day weekend.
Used to see him every morning when I go pick up grandkids, and I would stop by on the way back and talk to him sometimes.
We've had people drive by, lots of support. And then there's a few that drive by like they act like they're going to run into you and they're flipping you off or they're wailing on the horn all angry. And that needs to stop. It needs to stop. You can have a different belief, but you don't have to threaten people, intimidate people.
Even as Maria goes through the pain of losing her husband, she says she feels bad for the suspect's family.
I feeling bad for the mother, for the guy who do that, because for him too, because I ruined his life. Have a kid, have a girlfriend, have a mom. I'm feeling bad for her, but the stuff he do with my husband is terrible.
The suspect, 32-year-old Thomas Butler, pleaded not guilty in court on Friday when he faced charges of attempted murder.
Only want to say thank you for us, a sponsor, and all my friends coming, and thank you very much.
I reached out to the district attorney's office to see if any of the suspect's charges will be changed now that the victim has died. We haven't heard back yet, but courts are closed for the Memorial Day holiday. Meantime, I had a chance to talk with more members of the victim's family, and they have started a GoFundMe to help support his wife. One thing she says she's worried about is making sure she can keep the home that they've lived in as he was the breadwinner. We have a link to that GoFundMe up on our website. Just click the Scene On tab. Reporting from Escondido, I'm Zara Barker.
Who's to blame for the violence in America today? Who's to blame for the violence in America today? Everybody, as you come in, get the likes up, double tap. This is Charlie Kirk on them. Rest in peace to my brother, Charlie Kirk. Rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. God bless Charlie Kirk, all of his work. God bless his wife and his kids and his memory. Who is to blame for the violence in America?
Spent some time this weekend, and Mike Pence, Asa Hutchinson, and many other people are saying the same thing. They're awfully confident that Donald Trump will not be the nominee. Now, no poll will reflect that. No conversation with an everyday Republican primary voter will show that. I was just at a couple grassroots events last week, and every hand goes up. Who's voting for Trump? Every single hand goes up. Yet Pence, Hutchinson, and many others are saying Trump won't be the nominee. It's not going to happen. What evidence do they have to suggest that? We need to take a step back. A week ago today, we dedicated nearly our entire show on a series of op-eds that some people thought was fringe. Oh, it's just the Atlantic being the Atlantic. It's the New York Times. So what if they say they want to get rid of elections? And now a week later, we have office holders, Republican office holders, that are suggesting that Donald Trump be kicked off the ballot, not be allowed on the ballot before a conviction just because of an urge, a suspicion. There's something going on here, and we're going to be one of the few programs that connect all these different dots. What Mike Pence is saying, what Asa Hutchinson is saying. We know their playbook. I think we're actually not a step ahead of them. We're in lockstep with them. And I'll be honest, with text messages and phone calls, most people on the conservative side are totally unprepared for what's coming next. There likely is a Republican coup underway right now in several states to prevent Donald Trump from even being on the ballot in the primary. And I will prove it to you.
It's always been an attack on our president. It's always been an attack on our president. And it hasn't stopped. Even on the right. Double tap, hit the like button. So here goes another example of violence on the left. I am having a kick-ass show today, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Kick-ass show today, man. This is video of ICE protests over the weekend and ICE protesters attacking ICE agents. Yeah, the left in Newark, New Jersey. ICE agents clash with protesters in Newark, New Jersey over the weekend. This is May 26th, May 26th, May 25th. This is brand new footage. ICE protesters clash. ICE protesters clash in Newark, New Jersey. Pepper spray has to be dispersed. Violence. Watch the protesters. They won't calm down. Somebody's being... Watch the protesters.
Look at how aggressive they are. No, shit. You were negotiating with them.
Ain't no negotiation. Ain't no negotiation. Ain't no negotiation. Get your hands up. Get your hands behind your back. Ain't no negotiation. Get your hands behind your back. Get your hands behind. Cooperate. Comply. Ain't no negotiation.
I'm talking to you both. I'm talking to you both. Yo, you keep doing that shit.
The spray had to be deployed. They won't listen. This is live over the weekend, live right now today in Newark, New Jersey. ICE protest breaks out. Oh, right now, Newark, New Jersey, ICE protest. Do you see anything like this on the right? People want to say it's the same on both. I don't see anything like this on the right. This is right now today, live footage, Newark, New Jersey, ICE protest. ICE has to display pepper spray. Live footage of the system collapse. #1 on YouTube, Perfect Timing Podcast, coming to you live with footage of the system collapse. We got clash of violence in Newark, New Jersey. We talking about who is causing the violence. Is it the left? Put a word in the chat. System collapse, system countdown, 2026. Let's go.
Go. he gonna stand there and some spray? Is he gonna spray?
Move your car, you're blocking traffic. Back up, guys. Back up, guys. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back.
I don't want anybody to get hurt. So I might go down. Everybody, this is the current administration that we're living under. Our democracy is under attack. You fought a bunch of women today. You fought a bunch of women today. Unarmed women. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Ice out! 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 With New Jersey Governor Michael Carroll, she can witness this firsthand. And here that Mexico took the case. Now the second one. The immediate release of the responsible detainees, including elderly individuals, young people, and with serious medical conditions. And we are not going to leave until these demands are met. I repeat, we are not leaving. So if we have to be here all day and all night, I got all the time in the world. I got all the time we're gonna get. So in case it wasn't quick, that I am. Let's redo it, guys. We're stronger together. Again, the demand. We are saying like Carol to come and hear this pain and their demands, see the conditions that they're living in, as well as the immediate release of all compromised people, elders, women, children, and everybody else. We're not leaving until those demands are met. So we can be here to this all day. Let's continue to work together. Let's go. Anybody know him? Okay, my people, let's get this going. Quit your job! Quit your job! Welcome to the party. Quit your job! 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 Quit your job!
So this is in Newark, New Jersey, anti-ICE protest at the ICE facility, and a clash breaks out and violence breaks out. I'm bringing it to you live. I'm bringing it to you live. No one else got the footage. I got the footage live from the anti-ICE facility. Violence breaks out, and I got the footage. I got the props. Who got the props? Purpose Summer Podcast got the props, man. Coming to you live from Newark, New Jersey, anti-ICE protest.
Keep going. Let's go. Let's go. Keep moving on. We don't trust you. I'm telling you to go back. Get the fucking back. Stop. Fucking stop.
So Trump is bankrupting America. not the 10 million people who came to America without proper logistics and planning. I am a logistics project manager by trade. You know what I heard? I heard somebody taking one of my talking points. I talk a lot about the mass migration that occurred under Biden when Biden opened the border and lost control of the border, and then sandbagged Kamala by making Kamala the border czar. That was so unfair, and it's never talked about because Kamala did not have the power to open the border. Kamala did not have the power to close the border. So why would Joe Biden make Kamala Harris the border czar, knowing it would potentially sandbag any campaign that she would have for president, right? That was extremely unfair. So we talking about today the results of a Biden policy, and someone is talking about Trump adding money to the budget, but they won't talk about how much did it cost America for Biden to open the border without a logistical plan. It was a logistical nightmare. I'm not just talking about the money spent on hotels. I'm not just talking about the money spent on EBT and mass EBT fraud. One immigrant even getting up to $60,000 a month. I'm not talking about that money. I'm not talking about the CDLs. I'm not talking about the $170 million that's being withheld from California, the $80 million being held from New York, the potential millions being held in Minnesota. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about all, because you want to talk about money being added to the deficit in the budget, right? 10 million people by modest accounts. MAGA says 20 million people came here. So there was no logistics, right? So I heard today somebody talked about mass immigration. And last time we did mass immigration, 12 million people came here when we had Ellis Island. What's key to remember about Ellis Island is the logistics. There was a logistical plan. Everyone who came here during the mass immigration from Europe went through Ellis Island. There was a smallpox outbreak. There were doctors when they arrived to making sure they didn't have smallpox, and so they didn't affect Americans. There were magistrates. There were paperwork. So you had to go through a process. There was a logistical process to bring all of those 12 million immigrants into America properly, right? So they would add to the American GDP. But Biden didn't do that. Biden had the ability to do that. But why were families separated at the border? Biden gets this pass, right? As you look at ICE doing their job, why is ICE needed? And by the way, ICE wasn't created in 2026. It was created almost 20 years ago, right? And ICE was in play for Obama. ICE was in play for Clinton. ICE was in play for Bush. ICE wasn't created for Trump. So as we look at this logistical nightmare, how much did it cost the American people for Biden to open the border without a plan, without a hospital, right? Because I said, why were families separated at the border? And you see all these people upset. You should be upset at Biden because mothers were separated from babies because there were no doctors at the border, right? There were no doctors at the border. Families were separated. Children were separated from moms. There was no facilities. There was no bathrooms. There was nowhere to eat. So when you hear about families being separated at the border and you looked at the logistics, for someone who works in logistics, I work in logistics and I work in telemedicine. So I looked at the nightmare of 10 million people coming across the border and not having an Ellis Island in place. So all the pregnant women, what happened to all of the pregnant women? To all the sick children, what happened to the sick children? What happened to all the elderly people of the millions of people who came across the border? Then you start to look at Biden differently. At least I would. Some intelligent people in my chat talk about how under Obama, how many people died under Obama's? It was like over 100 people. Fact check me in the chat. Somebody reminded me in the chat one day we were having to talk about this immigration, and they said more people died under Obama when Obama held people in camps and held people in internment facilities. And Obama and Hillary Clinton even talked about her husband and Obama deported more people. So when we have this conversation about ICE, it's not being had from an honest and earnest place about the realities. And then when you bring up the cost, this is the thing that gets me upset because people come and they say ignorant things in the chat. When you bring up the cost to the American people, the real cost is what happens to these millions of people. What about Savannah Guthrie? Savannah Guthrie put up $1 million. They asking for $6 million. Savannah Guthrie is her mother, Nancy Guthrie, is gone. What's the cost? Okay, let's have a talk. What's the cost to anyone who lives in a border town in America who's experiencing an uptick of violence with the new generation Jalisco cartel taking over border towns like Tucson? El Paso, where there is no more border between Mexico and America, and the cartels are running across like it's no tomorrow, having Disneyland fun, kidnapping 85-year-old women. All because of a Biden border policy that was a failure. What do these 10 million people do? Just last week, I reported another accident, another CDL accident. Why are they protesting ICE? Why are they not protesting sanctuary city policies that are unconstitutional, that are leading to the death of Americans, the unaliving of Americans? I just said to you, I reported another crash in Highway 99 in Lodi, California. Let's look it up. Shout out to the gift for the flow state. Let's look it up. Highway 99, because I told my wife about it. They didn't even know. Highway 99, Lodi accident. Highway 99, Lodi accident. Now, this is number 3. We had a crash in Southern California from a man from Yemen who has CDLs, right? We had a crash from a man who had illegally obtained CDLs. See, California has got, since with the new transportation secretary, over $160 million because California refuses to put back on the application the question that said, are you American and can you speak freaking English? So the Trump administration is withholding millions of dollars from California. Did you guys know that? So you may have heard about the accident in California where young people were unalived and a black coach. And then there was another accident in Florida where there was an illegal U-turn. I'm sure you heard about the accident in Florida where there was an illegal U-turn and Americans were unalived. Both of these accidents, and this is the thing about today where we're watching, both of these accidents with the CDLs, they were not Latinos. They were from Middle East. They were from Yemen. This is the thing about these ICE protests and Latinos protesting and Mexicans with a Mexican flag when the real issue is we had Chinese nationals, we had people from the Middle East and people from Yemen. The people from the Middle East are going to California because California has a special deal. Gavin Newsom, thank you, Gavin Newsom, that gives these Yemenis and these Middle Easterners CDLs without being able to read and write English. So now there's a third accident. I gotta say it like this because I know some people in my chat gonna be like, man, I don't believe it. It can't be a third accident. This is not true. He's lying. This is last week, Lodi, Highway 99, another accident from a non-Latino. He's from the Middle East. CDLs came here under Biden. You cannot make these facts up.
And that he caused that accident that killed 2 people.
Investigators say Manveer Singh,
a big rig driver, is now behind bars. The CHP says again that he caused that accident that killed 2 people.
Investigators say Manveer Singh crashed his fully loaded semi-truck yesterday afternoon on Highway 99 in Lodi.
ABC 10's Roxanne Elias is live in Lodi tonight with the latest on the investigation. Roxanne.
Chris and Laura, I have been working all day on this story, trying to figure out what happened here behind me on Highway 99 and who all was involved. According to the CHP, a driver of a semi-truck was arrested following this crash, and now we're learning more information. A semi-truck driver booked in the San Joaquin County Jail after investigators say he fled the scene of a deadly crash in Lodi. The CHP says Lodi police officers located Manveer Singh nearby and took him into custody. The crash happened around 12:30 on Tuesday afternoon on Highway 99 near Harney Lane. The CHP says Singh was driving a fully loaded semi, traveling at a speed of about 60 to 65 miles per hour when the cars in front of him started to slow down. Investigators say he failed to stop in time. The impact of the crash causing a chain reaction crash that involved 3 cars and killing 2 people. 5 other people were also taken to the hospital, 2 with major injuries and 3 with minor injuries. Manveer Singh now faces numerous charges, including vehicular manslaughter, gross negligence, and a felony hit and run resulting in death or injury. A spokeswoman for the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office confirmed with me earlier today that Singh is still in custody. He is set to make his first court appearance tomorrow at 1:30 in the afternoon at the Stockton Courthouse. I'm live in Lodi. Roxanne Elias, ABC 10.
Okay, we'll be.
So I don't know how many people reported on the story. I reported on the story.
Following this closely, keep us posted.
I reported on the story. I reported on the story. This is the third story. This is the third story. I don't know how many people reported on. This is the third time.
My allergies freaking kick in.
This is the third time. I told you about the accident in Southern California, and I also told you about the accident in Florida. This is in Lodi just last week. So 3 Middle Easterners who got CDLs without being able to read and write English, not a driver's license, chat, not a driver's license, CDLs, chat, not a driver's license, CDLs, chat, and then they all unalive un-Americans by cheating and breaking the rules of the road. It's like, do you believe they didn't drive in their country, or what's really going on?
Coverage of the man accused of killing 2 people in a semi-truck crash near Lodi this week. He faced a judge for the first time today.
Now, questions about the truck driver's immigration status are being raised after ICE says he is in this country illegally.
ABC 10's Jeannie Nguyen is live in Stockton tonight with more on exactly what happened in court. Jeannie.
Chris and Laura, Manveer Singh was alert and attentive while speaking to his attorney, and the judge during his arraignment this afternoon, he did plead not guilty. And while he is accused of killing a 20 and a 16-year-old, his attorney tells me this is nothing more than just a tragic accident.
Calling the matter of Manveer Singh.
Just 2 days after this deadly crash in Lodi, Manveer Singh appeared before a judge for the first time.
There is no skid marks on the road prior to the collision, meaning that he did not step on the brakes, and he indicated he was going between 55 and 60 miles an hour when he crashed into the first car.
More details came to light in court as the San Joaquin County District Attorney argued Singh tried to run away from the scene.
He went to one of the victims and tried to drag him out of the car. The individual screamed, so he let go and he decided to flee the scene.
Adding that had it not been for law enforcement, Singh would have been long gone.
Police found him in the back seat of an Uber, but for the fact that the police department showed up and was there, he would have been gone.
The DA says because of Singh's actions, a 20 and 16-year-old are dead. The mother is still recovering at the hospital. Another person has a fractured spine, and one other person has a broken hand.
There's no allegation of my client being under the influence, doing anything other than being unable to stop his vehicle in time.
Singh's defense attorney argues his client is heartbroken over what happened, but maintains it was just an accident. On Thursday, the Department of Homeland Security and ICE called on Governor Gavin Newsom to keep Singh behind bars, claiming he entered in this country illegally in 2023. Neither the DA nor Singh's attorney could confirm his immigration status, but say he does have a valid commercial driver's license.
Whether he was born in the United States or in another country, he has a valid driver's license.
The DA says Singh was born in India and has been in the U.S. for 3 years. ICE says it has put a detainer on Singh, but his attorney says there is no proof of that.
We contact the jail. No such detainer exists.
ABC 10 reached out to DHS and ICE to ask if or when a detainer was sent, but a DHS spokesperson would not clarify.
I mean, he's definitely torn up about it. You could see talking to him, nobody wants to be involved in something like this.
And bail has been set at $400,000. I do want to add that if he does post bail, he will have to give up and surrender his passport, and he is allowed to continue to drive a commercial license if he does post bail. Live in Stockton, Jeannie Nguyen, ABC 10.
This is a developing story. So
unbelievable. He still can drive. He still can drive because Gavin Newsom gave. Oh my God. Oh my God, he can still drive. So somebody in the chat was talking, what I was saying that is there's been three of these events where people have been unalived. In Florida of August 25, because of CDLs to non-citizens, right? CDLs to non-citizens. Again, CDLs to non-citizens. Hello, are you listening? CDLs to non-citizens in sanctuary states that are unconstitutional. This is not legal. This is not constitutional. Florida, August 2025, Harinder Singh, an undocumented Indian national, allegedly made an illegal U-turn across the Florida Turnpike, blocking all northbound lanes. A minivan struck his trailer, unaliving 3 people. Federal and state officials reported that he failed to post crash English proficiency test. He failed to post crash English proficiency test. That's the first one in Florida, August 2025. He got his license in California. California, May 2026, Manveer Singh, an undocumented immigrant from India, allegedly crashed his semi-truck into 3 vehicles near Lodi, California, unaliving 2 people. Authorities state he attempted to flee the scene and was later arrested on multiple charges, including vehicular manslaughter, hit and run. That's the one I'm reporting today. Also, California, 2025, Jaspert Singh, an undocumented 21-year-old from India, allegedly drove an 18-wheeler into stop traffic on the I-10 in Ontario, California, unaliving 3 people and injuring 4 others. Authorities allege he was driving under the influence of DRUGSs. DRUGSs. 3. Welcome to the podcast. I'm the best YouTuber. I'm the best YouTuber. Don't get it twisted. You're watching the best channel for this type of discussion. You want to talk about it? I said 3, and I said Northern California and Southern California because Lodi is in Northern California. I know that, dum-dum, because I am in Northern California, dum-dum. I am reporting to you that there were 3 events. There was an event in Southern California, dum-dum. There was an event in Florida, dum-dum. And there was the recent event in Northern California, Lodi, dum-dum. That's 3, dum-dum. That's 3, dum-dum. Here is the event right here. This is the event from the date. I think this is the one from August 2025. This is the one from August 2025. Let's go to the report. 3 different times California issues CDLs to non-citizens who can't read and write English, and Americans are unalived. I don't know what's up with the left. What does it take for the left to care about someone other than yourself and other than things that you believe? The Americans who were unalived, none of us know what their partisan is, and it shouldn't matter. The fact of the matter is, it don't matter what party the Americans were. They were Americans, and the people who unalived them were un-American. They were not citizens, and they couldn't read and write English, and it led to the death of Americans. It's not a partisan issue. It shouldn't be anyway.
Here on Live Now from Fox, 11:44 on the East Coast, 8:44 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. We do have new details after an undocumented migrant truck driver was charged with causing a crash that killed 3 people in Florida. The suspect was arrested over the weekend on 3 counts of vehicular homicide. And as I said, there is a lot of information coming out here. Jonathan Seri with Fox News joining us now live to discuss much more about all of this and that new information. Jonathan, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Obviously, a lot of eyes on this story.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's becoming a political hot potato between red and blue states. Always good to be with you, Josh. That trucker you were talking about is 28-year-old Harjinder Singh, an Indian national who crossed over to the U.S. through the Mexican border illegally. He was arrested 2 days later. This was back in 2018, but then was released to allow him to go through the courts because he was claiming that he was living in fear of returning back to his country of origin. He is expected to be returned to Florida later this week to face prosecution for state charges of vehicular homicide. Singh, who's being held without bail in San Joaquin County, California, appeared in court with an interpreter yesterday. He agreed to sign paperwork for his extradition, and Florida authorities must pick him up by August 27. So
California gave him his license. Gavin Newsom, Democrat. If you guys want to know why the Republicans are going to be the only people running for the governor in California, this is why Republicans are the only people in the running in Los Angeles and in California. Gavin Newsom and Democrats gave him his license. He's incarcerated in San Joaquin in California, but DeSantis in Florida want him back in Florida. I don't even know how he got to California after unaliving 3 people in Florida, but they want him back in Florida to stand for his crimes. What you need to listen to and understand is he got his license in California from Gavin Newsom under sanctuary policies that are unconstitutional.
Singh was driving on Florida's turnpike last week when authorities say he attempted an illegal U-turn, blocking oncoming traffic. A minivan slammed into the trailer, killing 3 Florida residents inside. Following the wreck, investigators with the U.S. Department of Transportation gave Singh an English language proficiency test. According to a DOT press release, the driver failed the assessment, providing correct responses to just 2 of 12 verbal questions and only accurately identifying 1 of 4 highway traffic signs. Because Singh, who entered the U.S. from Mexico in 2018, is an asylum seeker from India, the DOT says Washington state violated federal guidelines by issuing him a full-term commercial driver's license in 2023. And they say New Mexico State Police appear to have failed to assess his English skills during a roadside inspection earlier this year. Additionally, the DOT says it's investigating whether California acted within federal guidelines when it issued Singh a limited term CDL in 2024.
You have people that are in Congress that are complaining about what happened. And while I appreciate the sympathy, it's like, you guys have the power of the purse. You can discipline these states that don't follow the law and incentivize law breaking.
And Singh was driving for California-based White Hawk Carriers Incorporated. DOT officials say that company is part of their investigation, Josh.
And Jonathan, what do we know about the status of the trucking company altogether?
Yeah, well, we looked at DOT records. According to DOT records over the past 24 months, there are no previous records of this company being involved in any crashes. That being said, DOT records also show that the company's insurance has been revoked. So currently, it is not authorized to operate there in the state of California, Josh.
All right, Jonathan Seri, as I mentioned, a lot of eyes on that story, so we'll keep in touch as we gather the latest. Thank you.
California, in case people didn't know, California has been withheld. Donald Trump has withheld over $160 million in federal and highway transportation funding due to disputes over the CDLs. California refuses to change the policy back, so Donald Trump is withholding. To DeSantis talking about the purse strings, California, Donald Trump and his administration has withheld over $160 million from California because Gavin Newsom has refused to change the application. The application used to ask, can you speak English? Now, did you hear in the report? This person came across during Biden administration. He was arrested by Biden, then let go, then given a license in California, and then in 2024, Gavin Newsom gave him a CDL even though he wasn't a citizen. Did you hear that? And then in another sanctuary city, he was allowed to keep driving even though he couldn't pass the English test. After he unalived the people in Florida, he was given an English exam. Out of the 12 simple questions, he could only answer 2. He never should have been driving in America. He never should have had a CDL. This is the thing about this conversation I don't think a lot of people understand. When I say CDL, it's not the same thing as what you have. A CDL is a commercial driver's license for people to drive a big rig. You have to go to a school. It's like you go to the DMV to get a license, but in order to gain a CDL, you have to go to truck driving school, learn how to drive a tractor trailer with air brakes, dual axles. It's a much more complicated thing. It's supposed to have a higher hurdle and threshold. It costs a lot more money. It's supposed to be for professional drivers only, not for immigrants. Double tap at the like button.
Some big bucks in federal funding. It all stems from a dispute between the state and the Transportation Department over illegal commercial driver's licenses. We get the update from Jonathan Hunt with the details. Hi, Jonathan.
Hey, good morning, Dana. This is the latest chapter in the ongoing fight between the Trump administration and several states over the issuing of commercial driver's licenses to unqualified drivers in general and illegal immigrant drivers in particular. The federal crackdown began after several deadly crashes across the country caused by illegal immigrants who'd been given CDLs, with California quickly identified by the Trump administration as a serial offender in terms of handing out those licenses. So now Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is cutting $160 million in federal funding for California as a result of the state's failure to meet a January 5th deadline to revoke close to 20,000 CDLs issued to migrants. Duffy writing, quote, "It's reckoning day for Gavin Newsom in California. Our demands were simple. Follow the rules, revoke the unlawfully issued licenses to dangerous foreign drivers, and fix the system so this never happens again." California officials had initially said they would meet that January 5th deadline, then delayed it by 60 days after immigrants' rights groups filed a lawsuit. Governor Gavin Newsom did not respond directly to the funding move during his State of the State speech yesterday, but did take a shot at the Trump administration's overall approach.
We face an assault on our values unlike anything I've seen in my lifetime. The federal government, respectfully, it's unrecognizable, protecting the powerful at the expense of the vulnerable. Their credo seems to be about fear, fear of the future, fear of the stranger, fear of change.
It's worth noting, Dana, that $160 million is essentially a drop in the ocean for California's $30 billion transportation budget. So the withholding of funds by the Transportation Secretary, symbolic, Dana, rather than substantive. Dana?
But a start.
But a start. Just giving you background. We started off today with the assassination attempt on Trump, and that's number 6. Now let's get to the Trump-Iran. Let's get the Trump-Iran. Double tap at the like button. Let's get to the Trump-Iran update, everybody. Double tap at the like button. Let's get to the Trump-Iran update. I know there's been a lot of back and forth with the Trump-Iran, so I want to get into it, you guys. Let's get to the Trump-Iran update. Trump strikes Iran, and I know a lot of people want to know where we are. Let's get into it.
Forces launching what CENTCOM is calling self-defense strikes, hitting boats and missile sites in southern Iran. CENTCOM taking defensive action to keep U.S. troops out of harm's way, while President Trump's negotiating team appears positive that they are moving closer to finalizing a peace deal. Meanwhile, Fox can confirm that the president will host his cabinet at Camp David tomorrow for a high-level meeting. Though the White House confirmed the gathering, no additional details have been offered, and we will bring you any information as soon as things come in. Forces launching what CENTCOM is calling.
So we launching strikes, and we got a meeting in Camp David tomorrow to maybe escalate issues even more. Double tap, hit the like button. But peace agreements, peace talks. Let's get some more of the peace talks. We got a Camp David meeting with leadership, Pete Hegseth, Rubio, Vance, and a strategy meeting. And we're going to come to you live after the strategy meeting. Double tap at the like button.
Call with 8 Arab nation leaders. He followed up with a Truth Social post writing this. I stated that after all the work done by the United States to try to pull this very complex puzzle together, it should be mandatory that all of these countries, at a minimum, simultaneously sign on to the Abraham Accords. Now, the UAE and Bahrain, they were a part of that call. They're already members of the U.S.-backed effort to normalize relations with Israel. The president acknowledges that 1 or 2 of the nations may have reasons for not being able to do so, but that most others should be ready and willing. Senator Lindsey Graham called the proposal requiring the agreement be expanded simply brilliant and, quote, would result in the most significant change in the Middle East in thousands of years. But at the same time, the emerging deal is drawing some criticism from several other Republicans. Senator Ted Cruz says he is deeply concerned. Call with 8.
Yeah, man. You know, I don't know if y'all know, but a lot of people who watch YouTube drive trucks, man. So I got a lot of people who watch YouTube who drive trucks, man. And truck driving is a thing. Like, you know, a lot of people from my community can get into truck driving and then, you know, change their life, you know, even if you've been incarcerated. So I got a lot of family members. I got a lot of family members and friends And it's a hurdle. I remember people, you know, traveling, going out of state to go to truck driving school. I remember them working hard and then obtaining their CDLs. And I saw people change their life from driving the truck and being committed to a CDL program and doing the work. It's not just obtaining the license, but actually doing the work, you know, learning, getting stuck out there on the road, going up and down hills, needing to reverse, you know, going through all the hard work. And I'm very proud of my brothers and my cousins and all of my family members who committed themselves to being professionals on the road and changed their lives and committed to delivering things on time, because that's how you get paid and get promoted and make it and be successful. And this is logistics, you know what I'm saying? This is how you get your goods, you know what I'm saying? So, and this is why we depend on the Teamsters and the truck drivers. So yeah, man, it's a very serious thing to a lot of Americans, and it's been a way out. It's been a lift. So I know I bring it up in a way, I bring it up very passionately because I know it's a passionate topic for a lot of Americans, to a lot of American families, what it means to obtain those CDLs. Some people who wives work double time, who live in the Midwest. And this is for whites, this is for blacks, this is for all Americans. Maybe you live in the Midwest and you guys didn't make a lot of money and your wife worked double time. And she believed in you while you went to CDL school. And then you got your CDLs and then you were able to buy your wife something nice and change your life. I know a lot of people with that same story. So the reason I'm so passionate about Trump, the reason I love MAGA, the reason we say MAGA first, the reason we're so passionate about these stories, because we know what they mean to everyday American and everyday kitchen table politics, to people who sacrifice to get their son a CDL, to get their husband a CDL, and that husband and that son work hard and change their life. And then you only learn to find out that after your sacrifice, after your commitment, that people come here illegally. Number one, MAGA and conservatives do not agree with a lot of liberals. When they came here illegally. Well, I'm not going to say the word because I don't want to get in trouble by YouTube, but a lot of conservatives say the number one thing they did, they broke the law when they came here, and they didn't come here right? They broke the law when they came here, number one, right? And then Biden lets them go. You know you can't have no felony and get a CDL. You know you can't have a bad, all this shit. But a immigrant can break the law, come into our country, and then have the opportunity to get a CDL, where there's so many hurdles for everyday Americans: child support, felony, convictions, probation, parole, all these hurdles for Americans where you can't get a CDL, where you can't make the money to feed your family. But an immigrant could come here illegally, break the law, and then not constitutionally, not read the English, not pass the test, not pay the money in the exams. Because I know you guys know, like I know all the Americans watching me, all my conservative MAGA America First know, they don't go to the same school. They don't have to pay money. They go to a special Indian Allah Akbar Muslim school, right? They go to a special Allah Akbar, they go to a special school, right? Singh, Preet, Love Deep, Raj, all of them go to a special school in California. That school has an agreement with the DMV, so they never have to go to the DMV. They never have to take the same test. They never have to go to the same school as you. Because I know you're asking me, well, perfect, how do they get the license? Because I had to go to school. I had to take these exams. I had to go to the DMV. They don't have to go to that school. California has an agreement. How many people know about the agreement we have with the Philippines? How many people know about the Filipino nurses at Kaiser? How many people know about the Filipino school that we had, the nursing school that we built, that Kaiser built in the Philippines? As we talk about these agreements and partnerships, California is a migrant economy. Migrants come here from Mexico to pick your avocados from Mexico. Somebody come look at this. Migrants come to California to pick the spinach, to pick the cabbage. This is a migrant economy. How many people know about the nursing school Kaiser built in the Philippines? How many people know about the African nurses? See, we have these agreements with Africa. We have these agreements with the Philippines. There's an agreement with the state of California with this school. They don't go to the same school. How many people knew that? They don't go to the same school. How you feel now that you vote for Democrats and liberals? Think about what your husband went through to obtain his CDL. Think about what your son went through, the sacrifices you and your family made, what it meant. They don't go to that school. They get a bypass. It's easier for them. They're not citizens. They're not citizens, and they get to bypass everything you had to do. How do you feel being American under a Democrat in California right now? How do you feel, Democrats in America right now? How do you feel? They get the bypass. I know it's people in the Southern South right now listening to me pissed. And they probably saying you get what you deserve, California, because you voted for Gavin Newsom. How do you feel about it knowing that they don't have to go through everything a everyday American have to go through to obtain that CDL? They went to a different school where they have all Indian teachers, all Indian backing, where the Indian Middle Eastern has a contractual agreement with the California state to get these licenses and push out these drivers. It's just like the Somalians in Minnesota who had preferred seating, where they got child daycare, they got funding before everyday white and black Americans. The Somalians had something called preferred seating, to where everyday white mothers, everyday black mothers, you wait. The Somalians get preferred seating per the Democrat, per Jacob Fry, per Tim Walz, for Joe Biden. Somalians got preferred seating that allowed them to do the fraud. Well, in California, the same thing is true with the Middle East. They get preference in the CDLs. How many people know about this? How many people can back me up in the chat that when they come here as non-citizens, they go to a special school that has an agreement with the state of California and they never see a fucking DMV? Excuse my language. They never see a fucking DMV. Excuse my language. They never see a fucking DMV. Excuse my language.
Call with 8 Arab nation leaders. He followed up with a Truth Social post writing this. I stated that after all the work done by the United States to try to pull this very complex puzzle together, it should be mandatory that all of these countries, at a minimum, simultaneously sign on to the Abraham Accords. Now, the UAE and Bahrain, they were a part of that call. They're already members of the U.S.-backed effort to normalize relations with Israel. The president acknowledges that one or two of the nations may have reasons for not being able to do so, but that most others should be ready and willing. Senator Lindsey Graham called the proposal requiring the agreement be expanded simply brilliant and, quote, would result in the most significant change in the Middle East in thousands of years. But at the same time, the emerging deal is drawing some criticism from several other Republicans. Senator Ted Cruz says he is deeply concerned. Call with 8 Arab nation leaders. He followed up with a Truth Social post writing this. I stated that after all the work done by the United States to try to pull this very complex puzzle together, it should be mandatory that all of these countries, at a minimum, simultaneously sign on to the Abraham Accords. Now, the UAE and Bahrain, they were a part of that call. They're already members of the U.S.-backed effort to normalize relations with Israel. The president acknowledges that one or two of the nations may have reasons for not being able to do so, but that most others should be ready and willing. Senator Lindsey Graham called the proposal requiring the agreement be expanded simply brilliant and, quote, would result in the most significant change in the Middle East in thousands of years. But at the same time, the emerging deal is drawing some criticism from several other Republicans. Senator Ted Cruz says he is deeply concerned. Call with 8 Arab nation leaders.
We back to Iran, the Iran deal. So I got some research I did for y'all. Y'all know I love y'all, right? So I did the research on the assassination attempts, but so I did the research on Iran because I love you guys and I want to bring everybody up to speed. Because I said, you know what? It's been so many news reports on Iran. I feel like they're purposely misleading us. So I said, let's do a chronological breakdown of everything so we can find out where we are with this Iran. You guys want to do that? Double tap, hit the like button. You guys want to do that? Double tap, hit the like button. Y'all want to do a chronological breakdown, the chronological dance, so we can find out where we are with this Iran thing. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button, and we're going to get into it. Let's get into it. The chronological dance, timeline of peace, covert strikes, and escalation. Who does research like this for you? I don't think no other podcast gets so wonky. I don't mind getting wonky. I get down with the wonk. We get down with the wonk wonk. We get down with the wonk wonk. Who gets down with the wonk, man? A lot of other podcasts, they don't get wonky because they want to keep the attention of the viewing audience. I get so wonkified, so wonkified. Yeah, we get wonky on the Perfect Timing Podcast. Y'all hit the like button and subscribe, man. Because we got to get these facts, man. So let's go. February 28th is when the Iran conflict started. We're going over a chronological events because in the last couple of weeks, there's been a lot of back and forth about peace agreements, ceasefires, and where do we stand today with the escalated attacks on Iran and the Camp David meeting tomorrow. So I said, let's go back before we can go forward. Let's go back. How far back? Way back in the time. Double tap hit the like button, man. Perfect Timing Podcast with the blast getting wonky on them right now, man. February 28th, the war erupts. February 28th, the war erupts, and let's get into this wonk, man. Let's get into this wonk, man. Let's get into it. I'm gonna do something for y'all while I read that. We're gonna share that. We're going to share that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's share that. Okay. How your people like that? How your body like that? All right, let's get into the wonk. Let's get into the wonk. February 28th, the war erupts. The U.S. and Israeli forces launch heavy precision kinetic strikes against Iranian facilities. Iran responds by choking off the Straits of Hormuz and launching proxy salvos. The strategic behind the scenes reality. The open move, the war goes regional, instantly throwing global oil flow into absolute chaos. Let's keep going. March 1st, Trump's first ultimatum. President Trump demands Iran's unconditional surrender on True Social, threatening to knock out every power plant and bridge if they don't comply. Washington sets a high bar for maximum leverage, establishing an aggressive tone right out the gate. Next, mid-March, the Gulf split. Radia publicly urges restraint to safeguard its economic vision. The UAE aggressively rejects this, aligning with U.S. and Israel to completely break Tehran's regional influence. Iran spots a divide and focuses its retaliatory fire heavily on the UAE infrastructure to widen the wedge between the Gulf powers. You guys remember the UAE left OPEC March 25th to the 31st. Covert Gulf strikes Saudi in the UAE. This is something that's been left out of the news. I'm going to look it up right now. As I said to you, I don't know how much of this you know about, because this is important in the last couple of weeks as they've been talking about ceasefire and the Saudis wanting a peace agreement, and what I'm showing you in the background about the Middle East and their desires about a peace agreement. So I'm gonna show a video on that, but I'm gonna keep going with my timeline. Okay, so here we go right here. That was March 25th. Through the 31st with the covert strikes. Saudi Arabia secretly launches direct airstrikes inside Iran, targeting missile sites after enduring 105 plus strikes on its own soil. Simultaneously, the UAE covertly strikes an Iranian oil refinery on Lavon Island. So I don't know how many people are aware of these. I've been aware of this because I've been tracking this, and it matters as to how much ground Iran has to stand on. But UAE left OPEC, and the Saudis also launched strikes against Iran. You're watching it in the background. I'm giving you updates in the timeline. So this right here, March 25th through the 31st, this was a covert Gulf strike. Saudi Arabia secretly launches direct airstrikes inside Iran, targeting missile sites after enduring 105 plus strikes on its own soil. Simultaneously, the UAE covertly strikes an Iranian oil refinery on Lavon Island. Double tap at the like button. Eric Jordan in the building. What's up with you, Eric Jordan? Trump standing on business, MAGA all day. See a super chat, send the super chat. Shout out to you, Eric, man. Thank you for the support, man. Always coming through with the super chats and the support. Everybody follow suit like Eric, man. Hit the super chat, hit the gifts, hit the likes, hit the subscribe. The secret turning point, the mainstream media completely misses it. Saudi Arabia uses hard power and back channel threats to force Iran to cut its attacks by 70% of head of diplomacy. Double tap, hit the like button. This is what you don't know about the Iranian conflict, where Saudis stand, where the UAE stand, and what it matters that the UAE left OPEC and how the Saudis feel about Iran. It says here, I don't know if this might be the first time you're hearing this, Saudi Arabia uses hard power and back channel threats to force Iran to cut its attacks by 75% of head diplomacy. Double tap at the like button. We got Iran, we got Saudi, we got UAE. We getting Bin Laden money. We're getting Bin Laden money. Double tap at the like button. We're getting Bin Laden money. We're getting Bin Laden money. Double tap at the like button. April 7th through the 8th, Pakistan ceasefire. Pakistan brokers a conditional 2-week ceasefire. Trump announces the pause on Truth Social, explicitly tying it to the safe reopening of the Straits of Hormuz. Direct kinetic strikes freeze temporarily to see who blinks first during intense shuttle of diplomacy. April 9th, Iran retaliates and says no. So it starts off on April 7th with the peace agreement. And Iran from the beginning has been reluctant to a peace agreement. April 9th, Iran officially rejects, double tap, hit the like button. On April 9th, Iran officially rejects, and then again, keep in mind, this is Pakistan, and this is the Middle East, the rich families and oil powers attempting to get peace. This is not Trump. This is the Pakistani ceasefire. Pakistan in April 7th and 8th brokered a 2-week conditional ceasefire. On April 9th, Iran rejects the Pakistan ceasefire. I wanted to do this chronological dance so you guys get the details of where we're at right now and where we've been at. I know it's wonky, but we got to do it. Iran officially rejects Pakistan's ceasefire on April 9th. They counter with the 10-point plan demanding total sanctions relief before opening the straits. Simultaneously, residual Iranian strikes cripple Saudi's east-west pipeline. Tehran refuses to yield its maritime leverage without getting economic consensus up front, showing that the ceasefire is incredibly fragile. April 12th, Trump says no to the Pakistan deal. Trump extends the ceasefire indefinitely on paper, but commands the U.S. Navy to keep counter blockade fully active, choking Iranian ports. The U.S. keeps the economic vice tightened. A kinetic pause is maintained, but the economic squeeze never stops. The OPEC shatter then comes in late April. So you have, and I don't know if you guys knew about the precursor to the UAE leaving OPEC, but before the UAE leaves OPEC, you have the UAE and the Saudis launch their covert strikes in late March. And then in late April, the OPEC shatter. What is OPEC? OPEC is an illegal price-fixing oil cartel. How did Iran make money? How did Iran fund its proxies? Well, how did Venezuela make money? How did Venezuela fund its cartels? Venezuela sold black market illegal oil via unsanctioned oil tankers. One of them, the Trump presidency took off the market, and their CNN and Rachel Maddow had a fucking fit. But you don't hear a lot about the black market oil and how that black market oil was devastating to the American people and to the American economy. How that black market oil funded terrorism, not only in Venezuela, but also in Iran, where OPEC and Iran benefited from black market unsanctioned oil sales. Okay, April 28th, the OPEC shatter. The UAE officially announces its sudden withdrawal from OPEC and OPEC Plus, abandoning Riyadh's oil price discipline. The proxy fiction explodes into an open economic war between Saudi Arabia and the UAE for regional dominance. OPEC is a price-fixing oil cartel. OPEC is an illegal monopoly and a price. There you go. There they go right there behind me. You guys see him behind me? You guys see him right there? That's OPEC. That's OPEC. You see the Saudis? Y'all see the Saudis? OPEC is an illegal price-fixing oil cartel. Venezuela sold black market oil via illegal unsanctioned oil takers. Iran funded Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis via black market unsanctioned oil. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. How many people know that's why Biden had sanctions on Iran? That's why Trump had sanctions on Iran going back to 2017, because how they benefited and how they funded terrorism from the illegal sales of unsanctioned black market oil. Double tap hit the like button. Here go the Saudis right here. Here go the Saudis right here. They're getting bin Laden money. We're getting bin Laden money. We're getting bin Laden money. Let's listen to this. Let's listen to this. Somebody come look at this.
Airstrikes on Iran in late March. Saudi Arabia secretly launched multiple retaliatory airstrikes on Iran in late March, becoming the first Gulf state known to directly strike Iranian soil. According to 2 Western officials and 2 Iranian officials, the Saudi Air Force launched a series of unpublicized strikes on Iranian territory in late March. These operations represent the first time the kingdom has been known to carry out direct military action on Iranian soil, signaling a bold new chapter in its long-standing rivalry with Tehran. The strikes were described by officials as tit-for-tat measures, carried out in direct response to a barrage of Iranian attacks on Saudi infrastructure. For decades, Riyadh has operated under a U.S. military umbrella, but the 10-week conflict exposed critical vulnerabilities in that protection. The conflict, which ignited following joint U.S. and Israeli airstrikes on Iran on February 28th, quickly spiraled beyond its original borders. In the aftermath of those initial strikes, Tehran retaliated against all 6 GCC states. Using a sophisticated mix of missiles and drones, Iran targeted U.S. military installations across the Gulf, civilian infrastructure, including international airports, critical oil facilities, threatening the core of the global energy market, and maritime trade, effectively closing the Strait of Hormuz. While both Riyadh and Abu Dhabi moved to strike Iran directly, their underlying strategies reveal a widening tactical divide between the 2 Gulf powers. Media sources indicate that the UAE's military strikes were part of a cost extraction strategy. Abu Dhabi has adopted an increasingly hawkish stance, focusing on military consequences while engaging only minimally in public diplomacy with Tehran. In contrast, Saudi Arabia has attempted to thread a needle between force and diplomacy. Even as its jets carried out sorties, Riyadh maintained constant communication with Tehran, utilizing the Iranian ambassador in Saudi Arabia to prevent the conflict from spiraling into a total regional conflagration.
So we keep it going with the update. We keep it going with the update. So where did I leave off? So May 25th, May 24th, we got the ceasefire crumble. U.S. Central Command launches self-defense strikes on Iranian boats, laying mines in the Straits of Hormuz. That's where we're at today. We're up to date. We're up to date. May 24th, this is the weekend. May 24th, 25th, the ceasefire crumbles. U.S. Central Command launches self-defense strikes on Iranian boats, laying mines in the Straits of Hormuz. Trump posts that a final OU will only happen if it's a great deal from America. The diplomatic illusion phase, the U.S. shows it will use targeted kinetic force even during an official ceasefire to maintain maritime control. May 26th today, Capitol system collapse. Over the weekend, nearly 30 gunshots erupt at the White House security booth, making it the third massive D.C. security breach in months. Critical domestic vulnerabilities are exposed at the exact moment the administration is trying to project total dominance on the world stage. Double tap, hit the like button. So what we have as of May 24th and May 25th, U.S. Central Command launches self-defense strikes on Iranian boats laying mines in the Straits of Hormuz. We also have a meeting on the horizon for tomorrow at Camp David to further discuss escalations, right? So we have a meeting to further discuss escalations as the U.S. strikes Iran, and I'm getting you the Iranian update as of May 26th. Double tap, hit the like button, and we didn't have a hell of a program. Let's get this update. May 26th.
The United States conducted airstrikes against southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz and the city of Bandar Abbas. According to U.S. Central Command, these strikes were defensive in nature and went after the mine-laying vessels around this area, along with the surface-to-air missile position. These were the first U.S. strikes that have targeted Iran since early May. The strikes do come amid the backdrop of an ongoing diplomatic effort to reach an agreement between Iran and the United States. Overnight, President Trump laid out a serious condition, saying on Truth Social, the enriched uranium nuclear dust will either be immediately turned over to the United States to be brought home and destroyed, or preferably in conjunction and coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran, destroyed in place or at another acceptable location, with the Atomic Energy Commission or its equivalent being witness to this process and event. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, a regional intelligence official told Fox News, no less important is the dismantlement of Iran's enrichment facilities. That way, not only will Iran not have enriched material, they also won't have the means to enrich more. The key to preventing Iran from getting its hands on a nuclear weapon is taking the bullets, but also taking the gun itself. The other key issue has to do with the Strait of Hormuz. Secretary of State Marco Rubio reiterated the Trump administration position on this critical waterway during a gaggle today.
The straits have to be open. They're going to be open one way or the other. So they need to be open. What's happening there is unlawful. It's illegal. It's unsustainable for the world. It's unacceptable. That cannot happen. The straits need to be open, unimpeded, without tolls. And obviously that needs to happen immediately as soon as anything.
We're also tracking developments in the conflict between Israel and Iran's largest proxy, Hezbollah. The Israelis have vowed to ramp up strikes on the group amid ongoing drone and rocket attacks launched from southern Lebanon.
I want to bless the residents of the North's resilience that inspires all of us. But what this requires of us now is to increase the blows, to increase the intensity. We will smite them with overwhelming force.
A regional source told Fox News later this week additional talks will take place between the Israeli and Lebanese governments aimed at increasing diplomatic ties between the two countries and disarming Hezbollah. Bill?
Trey, thanks. Nice to see you leading our coverage on
Update in Iran. We got strikes in Iran, and Trump is meeting with his board of his leadership tomorrow at Camp David, Pete Hegseth, J.D. Vance, the whole administration, to talk about escalating tensions with Iran.
In two wars recently, we've lost a total of 13 service members. In Venezuela, which was a complete and total victory, where we're working very closely with the Venezuela government right now. We took that over in one day. We lost no one. In Operation Epic Fury, we lost 13 wonderful souls, wonderful special people. These incredible men and women gave their lives to ensure that the world's #1 state sponsor of terror will never have a nuclear weapon. Oh, and they won't. They will never have a nuclear weapon. I'm sure you know that. In two wars recently, we've lost a total of 13 service members. In Venezuela, which was a complete and total victory, where We're working very closely with the Venezuela government right now. We took that over in one day, and we lost no one. In Operation Epic Fury, we lost 13 wonderful souls, wonderful, special people. These incredible men and women gave their lives to ensure that the world's #1 state sponsor of terror will never have a nuclear weapon. Oh, and they won't. They will never have a nuclear weapon. I'm sure you know that. In 2 wars recently, we've lost a total of 13 service members. In Venezuela, which was a complete and total victory, where we're working very closely with the Venezuela government right now. We took that over in one day, and we lost no one. In Operation Epic Fury, we lost 13 wonderful souls, wonderful, special people. These incredible men and women gave their lives to ensure that the world's #1 state sponsor of terror will never have a nuclear.
So here goes a full speech. President Trump gave a speech on Memorial Day. Let's take a listen. Double tap at the like button. President Trump winning MAGA, America first. Y'all love it. I love it. We love it. Double tap at the like button.
And it never changes. Vice President Vance, Secretary Hegseth, Chairman Kaine, members of the Cabinet, members of the United States Armed Forces, veterans, and fellow citizens. Today, here at Arlington, a very special place that held burial grounds, battlefields across the country. And around the world, we unite in solemn observance. With reverent hearts, we honor those who fell so that our republic might stand, those who died so that our nation could live, those who gave up their sacred light on earth so that the sublime light of American freedom would shine forever and ever. This Memorial Day, we salute them, we exalt them, and we thank them for all that we have and for all that they gave. They gave everything.
God bless the troops.
God bless our fallen heroes. We're joined today by...
God bless the fallen heroes. God bless the vets. God bless Charlie Kirk and the president.
Some of those they left behind are incredible Gold Star families, incredible people. To every person here and across America who holds tight to the memory of a warrior taken from them, we will never, ever forget the ones you loved. Gold Star family members, please stand. Receive our thanks, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Everybody at home, props to the Gold Star families. Thank you for your service. God bless you. God bless America.
Thank you very much. My honor. Less than 6 weeks from now, our nation will reach a historic milestone, 250 years of majestic American independence. Something. But it's only right that first we remember the immense sacrifice that has been brought to us and this momentous anniversary year. That's what it is. It's a momentous year. Before we hail the founding, we honor the fallen. Before we celebrate the triumph, we pay the tribute. Before we crown the victory, we count the cost. Today, we are reminded that there could be no 4th of July without America's armed forces, and there could be no Independence Day without Memorial Day. We owe our liberty, our self-government, the glories of our history, and our very nation itself to the generations who paid for it with everything they had, the ultimate sacrifice. The first Americans to give their lives in battle fell on April 1775, when 8 patriots were cut down by redcoats. Those guns, they were shot on Lexington Green. They had answered the call to muster against a force 5 times their strength. They said at the time, the greatest in the world, in defense of their cherished rights and their cherished liberty. As the British approached the Massachusetts, militiamen summoned destiny itself, saying, if they mean to have a war, let it begin right here.
Woo!
Talib Harrington was 23 years old when he accompanied his father to the Green that day, torn apart from each other in the chaos of combat. That American son died trying to fight his way back to his father. He wanted to get back to Dad. Talib's cousin Jonathan was struck down at age 31, shot within the sight of his home, and his young wife and child who awaited his return. Jonathan crawled, bleeding, back to them to die on his own doorstep for a final, terrible but beautiful farewell. His widow and orphan were perhaps the very first Gold Star family in a long, unbroken chain that reaches up through the ages to us right here today. When our founding fathers put the ideas of the Declaration of Independence to paper in Philadelphia, they signed and sealed an oath that had already been written in blood by patriots at Lexington, Concord, and Bunker Hill. Their sacrifice birthed the most incredible and exceptional nation in all of history. And our nation is doing better today than it's ever done before. Right? That's right. The cause of independence exploded from that part of the American soul that will not be tamed, that will never be conquered, that will rather face death than to live as slaves to the arbitrary will of another. This is the unyielding spirit that has always set Americans apart and driven generations of American warriors into battle, their chests beating with the cry that says, we will govern ourselves. We will control our destiny. We will bow to no one but the righteous God who made us and who gave us our rights and blessed this land of free and the bravest of the brave. 10 days into the legendary Battle of the Bulge in World War II, Lieutenant Colonel Keith Ware led 11 men in a tank against entrenched German positions, the toughest positions anywhere in the world. Half the patrol, including Ware himself, were soon wounded, yet still he killed 5 enemy riflemen, demolished 3 German machine gun nests, forced a 4th to surrender, and captured the hill. For his heroism, he received the Congressional Medal of Honor. Unlike most drafted soldiers, Ware stayed in the Army and rose to the rank of general, a highly respected general. In Vietnam, as commander of the 1st Infantry, the Big Red One, they called it.
Woo! More on Iran.
States conducted airstrikes.
The United States conducted self-defense strikes near the Strait of Hormuz Monday.
And Iran's supreme leader is calling for an end to U.S. military bases in the Gulf region, saying, quote, the hands of time will not turn back.
Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Ying's joining us now live from Tel Aviv with the very latest. Good morning, Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Overnight, the United States conducted airstrikes against southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM says these strikes were defensive in nature and went after mine-laying vessels along with a surface-to-air missile position. These were the first U.S. strikes that have targeted Iran since early May. A spokesperson for Iran's armed forces said any new aggression will be met with a far more severe response. The strikes come amid the backdrop of ongoing diplomatic efforts to reach an agreement between Iran and the United States. Overnight, President Trump laid out a condition that he has, saying on Truth Social, the enriched uranium nuclear dust will either be immediately turned over to the United States to be brought home and destroyed, or preferably in conjunction and coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran, destroyed in place or at another acceptable location, with the Atomic Energy Commission or its equivalent being witness to this process and event. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The other key issue has to do with the Strait of Hormuz. Secretary of State Marco Rubio reiterated the Trump administration position on this critical waterway during a gaggle today.
The straits have to be open. They're going to be open one way or the other. So they need to be open. What's happening there is unlawful. It's illegal. It's unsustainable for the world. It's unacceptable. That cannot happen. The straits need to be open, unimpeded, without tolls. And obviously that needs to happen immediately as soon as anything.
We're also tracking developments in the conflict between Israel and Iran.
Marco Rubio doing a hell of a job. Straits got to be open. Put a one in the chat. Do you agree? Marco Rubio doing a hell of a job. Escalation.
The United States conducted self-defense strikes near the Strait of
United States issues attack.
Administration official just briefed a small group of reporters about the ongoing negotiations with the Iranian regime, indicating this deal will not be signed today, but there is significant progress toward a deal. I asked this senior administration official about the issue of Iran's highly enriched uranium and other enriched material. The official says that if the Iranians make significant accommodations on the enrichment question, then we will make significant accommodations on sanctions relief. As for the other enriched material, the official says, we do not think that a final deal will permit enrichment, going on to say, if we have a final deal where the Iranians are enriching, then you don't have a final deal. And also one important note, though, about enrichment. The plan here is to deal with all of the enriched material to ensure that the Iranians do not ever have a path to a nuclear weapon. Now, this senior administration official, Jackie, also talked about the Strait of Hormuz amid reports today in Iranian state media that the agreement would focus on the number of vessels allowed through this critical waterway and not the return to status quo. This official telling this group of reporters, we do not think a toll is an acceptable outcome, indicating that the United States will not be on board with the Iranians charging a toll for vessels to pass through this waterway, where around 20% of the world's global energy oil trade passes through. And so a lot of developments here. And again, that indication that the deal is not going to be signed today, but that progress is taking place. This official saying their system just does not move fast enough to get the deal together today.
So there you have it. Brand new breaking news. There is a deal on the table amidst the ceasefire being broken. Ceasefire broken. Donald Trump has broken the ceasefire. But even though the ceasefire has been broken, they say that we got a deal on the table. Double tap at the like button. They say there's a deal on the table. They say there's a deal on the table in Iran. We're going to say, and they say that we got a Camp David meeting tomorrow because it's potential escalation.
Moments ago, Secretary of State Marco Rubio answering a question on the U.S. plan for Iran while in India. Listen.
There is a chance that whether it's later today, tomorrow, in a couple days, we may have something to say. But this issue needs to be solved, as the president has said, one way or the other. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. The straits need to be open without tolls. They need to turn over their enriched uranium. They need to turn over their highly enriched uranium. We need to address that issue. We need to address the issue of enrichment. These are the president's points consistently. And his preference is always to deal with it in a diplomatic way. The president's preference is always to solve problems such as these through a negotiated diplomatic solution. That's what we're working on right now. But this problem will be solved, as the president's made clear one way or the other. We hope it's done through the diplomatic route. That's what we're working on, and perhaps there'll be something to talk about on that topic while I'm here on this visit at some point.
All right, that is our nation's top diplomat saying we hope this can end diplomatically. He's in India. The president was going to attend his son's wedding and has returned to Washington, D.C., giving us a sense that things are coming to a head, Charlie.
Yeah, and he says that maybe we'll have something more to say. We will see whether something to say is something verbally or something beyond that.
Well, and certainly the Trump administration prefers diplomacy, but that's not the only option on the table. And that's what the secretary was alluding to there.
And we will be bringing all of that to you as it unfolds. And
So this is the updates, U.S. versus Iran.
Moments ago, Secretary of State.
This is Marco Rubio on the updates on U.S. versus Iran. I'm coming to you live. We have issue out strikes on Iran to end the ceasefire. Double tap, hit the like button. The U.S. has fire on Iran, but remember today I also reported that the UAE and Saudi Arabia, just now Israel is lighting up Hezbollah and Lebanon as President Trump team pushes for Iran deal, though talks of peace take place in Qatar. More aggressive has been reportedly been made, but Iran has reportedly grown aggravated with these strikes. Double tap, hit the like button. Y'all heard about Trump asking Israel to stop firing on Hezbollah and Lebanon. Looks like it's still going on. Israel still striking Hezbollah and Lebanon. Double tap, hit the like button. We talking about peace agreements. We talking about peace agreements and the status of U.S. versus Iran. Right now, America has struck Iran. UAE has struck Iran. Saudi has struck Iran. And we're talking about going to Camp David tomorrow for escalations if we don't get a peace agreement on the ground right now.
A great deal, or it won't be a deal at all. Iran says a degree of understanding has been reached with the U.S. as the country's president has ordered some internet service to be restored. Both sides say it's a work in progress. As talks continue to effort a roadmap for resolving remaining issues, here's where those talks stand. Now, Iran will be required to open the Strait of Hormuz, as well as ending fees and restrictions on commercial shipping. There'll be limits on uranium enrichment that has to be discussed, and follow-up talks would need to address enriched uranium stockpiles. It would also need to take an active role in a broader regional de-escalation. The U.S. is holding firm on a few key points. First and foremost, no sanctions relief before verified Iranian steps, and to focus on turning a temporary framework into a final agreement. At least for now, nuclear terms remain unresolved. As for Iran, it could get phased sanctions relief, easing of the U.S. blockade measures, expanded oil and trade access, and a path towards broader economic normalization. President Trump today saying for that normalization to happen, our Gulf allies should join in. He wrote on Truth Social this: negotiations with the Islamic Republic of Iran are proceeding nicely. It will only be a great deal for all or no deal at all. I am mandatorily requesting that all countries immediately sign the Abraham Accords, and that if Iran signs its agreement with me as President of the United States of America, it would be an honor to have them also be a part of this unparalleled world coalition. The Middle East would be united, powerful, and economically strong like perhaps no other area in the world. And with that, joining us, retired Navy SEAL commander and former.
So Donald Trump wants to get peace and tell Iran that if Iran does
a great deal, or it won't.
If Iran does the peace deal correctly, Iran could go back like when they had the Shah, to where you had Christians in Iran, Muslims, Jews in Iran, and Iran was a great country. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth, J.D. Vance, U.S.-Iran update. We break the ceasefire and we go to meeting at Camp David tomorrow. These are God bless the troops. This is President Trump, J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth mourning the troops that we were lost in Iran so far. God bless the truth. God bless the angel and the gold families.
Breathe, talk.
21 gun salute. God bless America. God bless the troops. God bless America. God bless the troops. President Trump, J.D. Vance coming out for the 21 gun salute, celebrating Memorial Day with the people, celebrating Memorial Day and honoring the fallen troops and soldiers in the Iran conflict. Greatest president, greatest cabinet. Shout out to J.D. Vance. Shout out to Marco Rubio. Shout out to Pete Hegseth, baby, Department of War. I call him Pete Hegseth, baby. Pete Hegseth in the Department of War doing a kick-ass job. Here is Mark Rubio again. Mark Rubio looking presidential as ever. Mark Rubio, can I get Rubio 2028? What y'all feeling in the chat? You feeling Vance, Rubio, Hegseth, Gabbard? We got so many to pick from, so many stars on the right. I don't see nobody on the left. Who you going with? Double tap it to like button. Let me know in the chat. Rubio, Vance.
Well, the straits have to be open. They're going to be open one way or the other. So they need to be open. What's happening there is unlawful. It's illegal. It's unsustainable for the world. It's unacceptable. I don't know of any country in the world that does it. The Russians are not in favor of the tolling system. The Chinese are not in favor of the tolling system. And there's no country in the world that's in favor of the tolling system except the regime in Iran. So that's not acceptable. That cannot happen. The straits need to be open, unimpeded, without tolls, and obviously that needs to happen. Well, the straits have to be open.
Check him out, man. Check him out. Look at Marco Rubio, man. On Air Force 2. He looking presidential. He got the presidential tie. Yeah, man. I like it, man. Go ahead, Marco. Go ahead, Marco Rubio. Looking good, man. Very proud of you. Marco Rubio looking good, man. Marco Rubio looking good, man. Very proud of you, Marco. Very proud of you, man.
We're making great progress. It's tremendous.
Marco Rubio looking good, man. Very proud of you, Marco. Keep doing your thing, man.
With lots of excavators, because the B-2s, remember when? And somebody said, how are we going to get the nuclear dust? We're going to get it by going in with the RAN, with lots of excavators, because the B-2s, remember when fake news CNN said, well, maybe obliteration is too strong a word. Obliteration. That's so deep. We need the biggest excavators you can imagine, but we're going to go in together with Iran. We're going to get it. And we're going to take it back home to the USA. Very simple. And somebody said, how are we going to get the nuclear?
The enriched uranium nuclear dust will either be immediately turned over to the United States to be brought home and destroyed, or preferably in conjunction and coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran, destroyed in a place or at another acceptable location with the Atomic Energy Commission or its equivalent being witness to this process and event. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President DJT, baby.
Nuclear dust. We're going to get it by going in with the RAN, with lots of excavators, because the B-2s, remember when fake news CNN said, well, maybe obliteration is too strong a word. Obliteration. That's so deep. We need the biggest excavators you can imagine, but we're going to go in together with Iran. We're going to get it, and we're going to take it back home to the USA. Very simple.
USA, 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 USA. Donald Trump, Marco Rubio, Vance, Iran.
Other presidents should have done this. 47 years they've been toying with these stupid people. In many cases, stupid people. This should have been done by Obama. He went the other way. He was giving them cash. He sent plane loads of Boeing 757, took the seats out and put green cash, 1.7 billion in the plane. Every bank in Virginia, D.C., and Maryland was stripped of their cash. They took out all the cash from the banks. They put it into a plane, a Boeing 757 packed with cash. And they flew it to Iran, and they let these guys just, I don't know what the hell they did with it, but they took it and then gave them billions and billions of dollars and bribed them basically to be friends. And after giving them tens of billions of dollars, they screwed Obama, okay? That's not the way we play. No, we do it the old-fashioned way. And they should wave. They're very proud. Maybe you won't see a white flag, but essentially, that's already what they're.
They waved the white flag. They better wave the white flag. Trump is saying they better wave the white flag. These is crazy people. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with President Trump. Put a 1 in it. We escalate. The ceasefire is done. Camp David tomorrow. Trump said these people is crazy. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with the president.
Other presidents should have done this. 47 years they've been toying with these stupid people. In many cases, stupid people. This should have been done by Obama. He went the other way. He was giving them cash. He sent plane loads of Boeing 757, took the seats out and put green cash, 1.7 billion in the plane. Every bank in Virginia, D.C., and Maryland was stripped of their cash. They took out all the cash from the banks. They put it into a plane, a Boeing 757 packed with cash. And they flew it to Iran, and they let these guys just, I don't know what the hell they did with it, but they took it and then gave them billions and billions of dollars and bribed them basically to be friends. And after giving them tens of billions of dollars, they screwed Obama, okay? That's not the way we play. No, we do it the old-fashioned way. And they should wave. They're very proud. Maybe you won't see a white flag, but essentially, that's already what they're.
Play ball. Play ball. That's what I say. Play ball. And that's what Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump, and the administration have decided to do. We have broken the ceasefire. There's a meeting.
Other presidents.
There's a meeting at
done
Camp
this.
David tomorrow, and Donald Trump is escalating. If they don't come to the peace table, it's going to be bombs over Baghdad. Double tap at the like button.
Forces target missile launch sites and boats in southern Iran. CENTCOM describes it as self-defense strikes. The strikes were conducted in an area of Bandar Abbas, where Iran's main naval base is located. Sources say the U.S. strikes are over and were defensive in nature and not an effort to break the ceasefire. But earlier today, President Trump said negotiations with Iran are, quote, proceeding nicely, but warns the war could restart if a deal isn't reached. And thousands of people are gathered. Forces target missile launch sites and boats in southern Iran. CENTCOM describes it as self-defense strikes. The strikes were conducted in an area of Bandar Abbas, where Iran's main naval base is located. Sources say the U.S. strikes are over and were defensive in nature and not an effort to break the ceasefire. But earlier today, President Trump said negotiations with Iran are, quote, proceeding nicely, but warns the war could restart if a deal isn't reached. And thousands of people are gathered.
Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. We talking about Iran, ceasefire broken. UAE attacks Iran. Saudis, U.S. versus Iran update. Saudis attack Iran. We're going to Camp David tomorrow. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button.
Okay, let's bring in Dan Hoffman, former CIA station chief in Moscow and Fox News contributor. Listen, I know you and I are on the same page when I talk about my skepticism of the regime in Tehran. They will say pretty much anything, and then, of course, they'll go back on their word. But what's different here, I suspect, Chief, is the president not only knows that, he's making a contingency. If there's going to be a deal, they'll have to trust but verify, to use Reagan's saying, and they'll also have to show good faith before they get any money. Is that your understanding of where things are?
Yeah, I think that would be a good strategy. And for sure, we're seeing a lot publicly. We're seeing Iran engaging in some diplomacy here and the United States responding in kind. But there's a lot happening behind the scenes. For sure, Director Radcliffe over at CIA is pulsing his sources to determine what's actually happening inside the Iranian regime so that we can kind of steal their playbook and know what their plans are. It's important looking longer term out over the horizon here. If we were to eliminate some of the sanctions, how would Iran use that money? Would some of it be for economic reconstruction? There's surely a lot of that needs to get done, but also we would expect to rebuild, reconstitute, rearm their ballistic missile program and their drones to engage in conflict in the region and beyond.
I think, obviously, you want to compel them to make a deal for the safety and the security, not just of the global commerce and the safety, obviously, with respect to nuclear safety, but also because you want to do right by the people who have been suffering under this regime going all the way back to 1979. But let me share this. This is called for too. This is Senator Lindsey Graham of the great state of South Carolina. And he said this in an X post. He says, a deal that is perceived to allow Iran to survive and possess the ability to control the strait in the future will put Hezbollah in Lebanon and Shia militias in Iraq on steroids. I think he makes a strong point. What's your impression there, Dan?
I think he's highlighting the incredibly consequential stakes here for President Trump, for the president's legacy, and for U.S. national security going forward. This deal, if one does come to pass, will be judged by how much it cost us to get here, tens of billions of dollars for our military to deploy and launch those attacks on Iran. Lots of spilled treasure and blood. We've lost 13 service members killed in action as well. And the question will be asked what we got for it, and the president will be judged, is it a better deal than the JCPOA, which the president withdrew from, which the Senate would never have approved as a treaty because it gave Iran sunset clauses for their nuclear program and never addressed Iran's ballistic missile program or support to proxy terrorists. So this kind of a deal that the president is talking about getting is going to have to be a lot better than that. The president has said that. And I think that's going to be a key area of focus for the Congress, obviously, as they look at what we get in return.
I think you nailed it, especially because the president knows he'll not just be judged by this deal, but he'll be judged by how this deal actually plays out in real time. Again, you can put anything to paper, but understanding the regime, as I'm sure he does and others, you have to have a lot more than just their word out of Tehran. Last thing, their foreign minister is saying right now they're not going to be talking about the nuclear issue, Dan. That, to me, would seem to be a non-starter. Let me play this real quickly and get you to wrap us up.
At this stage, we will in no way be discussing details of the nuclear issue. The 14-point memorandum of understanding is focused on ending the war. We have no timetable or deadline for finalizing the framework agreement.
Well, they're just trying to wait him out is what it sounds like to me. And they may have a point because politically, if you can't get those gas prices back down, the midterms can be affected by that. But by the same token, I think they're disregarding the safety again and the security and the prosperity of their own people.
Yeah, we're hearing some public posturing there from the Iranian foreign minister. And look, the United States has leverage in terms of the sanctions, the blockade, and the threat of additional military strikes. We've got to be really careful about giving up any of our leverage without getting what we want in return, which is for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz and to give us the highly enriched uranium to get that out of Iran as a starter. We need a confidence-building measure before we move forward. I think hopefully that's something the president and his team is thinking about.
Yeah, and the Strait of Hormuz has to be open. It's an international waterway. We're not doing tolls and giving all that money to the regime in Tehran. Always great to have the best. Dan Hoffman with us on a weekend. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate it. Have a good one.
Thanks. Thank you.
Alicia.
My pleasure.
Things are getting pretty complex out there. TV land, things are getting pretty complex. Pretty wonky update, but it was necessary. It was a pretty wonky update, but it was necessary. We needed to go through the minutia. Today we covered all 6 attempts on President Trump. Today we started with the Trump-Iran strikes. We went through going back to February 28th. When we first initially started in Iran, brought us all the way up to date to today's ceasefire, no longer being a ceasefire, and we're going to Camp David tomorrow. Told you about the UAE strikes on Iran. There was a covert mission by the UAE and Saudi Arabia. Hasn't been talked about much on the legacy media because they want everybody to think that it's only America versus Iran, but the UAE launched strikes against Iran, and then the Saudis also launched strikes against Iran to let Iran know that they would no longer be bullied. So the UAE retaliated and the Saudis retaliated. The UAE left OPEC. That is all leading us up to today where Trump and the administration has struck Iran and ended the ceasefire. There is a potential peace deal on the table, but there is a meeting at Camp David tomorrow. We'll be coming to you live tomorrow at 1 p.m. to give you the details from the meeting at Camp David. We also talked about over the weekend, there was 30 shots fired at the White House. A tragic event, 30 shots fired at the White House. The shooter was unalived. I think his last name was Bess. 21-year-old black male came to the White House and attacked the guard shack. He had previously encountered Secret Service twice. He had 2 previous encounters with Secret Service, and he had some mental health issues. Over the weekend, he approached the Secret Service guard shack at the White House, pulled a gun from his backpack, shot. They exchanged fire. There was an actual shootout over the weekend at the White House. There was an actual shootout over the weekend at the White House. The shooter was unalived. There was an innocent bystander who was severely injured. Earlier in the report, if you rewind or go back, I love the replay gang, double tap replay gang. If you go back to the beginning, you'll see in my reporting, I showed you several reporters who had to duck, several producers and camera crews who had to duck down because of the 30 shots. This was a volley of shots between Secret Service and the shooter. There was a lot of press on the White House lawn. The Secret Service had to lock down the White House lawn, and get the press out of the picture. At the same time, subdue the shooter. When we talked about our report today about the shooter, what I wanted to highlight is this is number 6. If you look in the chat, we have over 1,000 votes. This has been a great show today. A lot of interaction, a lot of clicks, a lot of interact. Thank you so much for the click-through rate, the impressions, over 1,000 votes. Well, Donald Trump, we're only 14 months into the second term. The question today was, will Donald Trump live the entire 4 years of his second term? It's a valid question because it's only been 14 months out of a 48-month term, and there's already been 6 attempts on his life. Donald Trump has been shot once. One person has been unalived in Butler, and over the weekend, someone was seriously shot. The White House Correspondents' Dinner, a Secret Service agent was shot. What I argue today is this is not just an attack on Trump anymore. When you talk about Secret Service agents being shot, when you talk about innocent bystanders being unalived and being critically injured, this is about more than just President Trump. This is about the office of the presidency. This is an attack on the office. I argue this is an attack on America. And I think we have to stop playing partisan politics and get down to the minutia of why the attacks, because like I said about Biden, the globe is watching. The Democrats and the Republicans, they frame it as if only Democrats and Republicans are watching. No, the globe is watching. Russia is watching. China is watching. Iran is watching America try again and again and again to unalive its president. What does that say to China? What does that say to Iran? What does that say to globe? It's a conversation that's not being had. It's a conversation that's not being had. This is one of the reasons why the conversation is not being had. Because we have a population of idiots who think they know. You have no idea what a false flag is. You have no, Big Rick, you're such an idiot. You have no idea what a false flag is. Tell me honestly, Big Rick, had you ever used that term before the pandemic? Honestly, there's so many idiots. Had you ever used the term false flag before the pandemic? This is the problem with the American people, because I'm not talking about the validity. I'm saying 6 attempts, and Americans inside of America are so dumbed down and illiterate, they want to talk about false flags. China doesn't give a fuck if it's a false flag. China doesn't give a fuck if it's a false flag. Iran, what this looks like globally, geopolitically, it looks like the office of the president is weak. It doesn't matter about the false flag. It's so elementary. It's scraping at the surface of the conversation. You're an idiot and you want to participate, so you don't have any knowledge, so you say something stupid to embarrass yourself. It's scraping barely understanding logic. I'm not talking about who did what, the validity. I said, this is the problem with American logic and American culture. This is what happened with Biden. You must be a Democrat. I said, not only Americans are watching this, China is watching and counting 6 times. Trump only been president 1 year. They tried to kill him 6 times. Iran is watching. Macron, Starmer, Spain. The world is watching the office of the president repeatedly get attacked. And dumbass Americans say, false flag, false flag. I'm talking about the geopolitical ramifications, and the stupid ass motherfucker in my chat want to tell me about a fucking false flag. Define false flag, dummy. Define false flag, dummy. It's just no helping. It's just no helping, man. It's just no helping. Just idiots, man. Just idiots. There's no helping, man. They hear a term on television for, it's like the straw man. If you go on YouTube, you're going to hear somebody in 5 minutes say, that's a straw man. I know for a fact these motherfuckers don't know what straw man argument is. They don't know what the definition. They just say it because they've heard someone else say it. You say false flag because you heard someone else say it. You don't know the complexity. You don't know the complexity of the Secret Service, the CIA, the OSS, the MI6. You don't know the complexity, what it takes. It's way deeper and complex than you saying false flag. It's the understanding that it costs money. If you understand the Iran-Contras, if you understand how power moves, if you understand the Southern Poverty Law Center and how they gave the white racist money, then you understand how this thing is way deeper. You can't just say false flag because you sound like a fucking idiot. You have to give details and receipts. Who is the false flag? What's a false flag? Do you see how stupid that sounds? You see how crazy, how you just sound like you just got out of prison? Who? What? What's the false flag? You can't talk now because I deleted you because you're such a fucking idiot, but that's the point. What's a false flag? Who's a false flag? Out of the 6 times, what was a false flag? Somebody actually unalived. Over the weekend, someone was seriously injured. Do you think their family think that's false? The person who died in Butler, do you think their family thinks that's false? What's a false flag about someone losing their life when Donald Trump turned? Donald Trump was shot in the ear. The person behind Donald Trump was unalived. Over the weekend, an innocent bystander was shot. At the White House Correspondents' Dinner, a Secret Service officer was, what was false about those injuries to people who were not even the fucking president? See how I destroy your logic? What's false about those injuries? Nothing. What's false about the 6 attempts on the president's life? Nothing. Every day at 1 p.m., we do this. Every day at 1 p.m., Perfect Time Podcast, #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical debate. Every day at 1 p.m., we come in, we kick ass. Every day at 1 p.m., we come in, we kick ass. And ain't nobody fucking with us. The #1 podcast on YouTube. Every day we come in, we kick ass. Ain't nobody fucking with us. Hit the like, hit the share, hit the subscribe. Come back tomorrow at 1 p.m. #1 podcast on YouTube for politics and domestic geopolitical debate. Ain't nobody fucking with us. I promise you, no better podcast, no better show. The most entertaining political show on YouTube every day at 1 p.m. Tap in. Tap in. You will not be let down. Tap in. Thank you.